I'm alright. Just, tired. One thing.
We're
Please.
live now.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Ron. Questions should now be open. Should now be open. We should now be live. And we should be on both Discord, on Twitch, and on YouTube. So please, send a message if we are, because we want to check. And also, can we check if you can all hear Dan, because his voice has been going a bit weird for him. So Dan, can you still talk? Hi, Jonathan. Hi, Petchington. Hello, everyone. Expecting me to be mildly complain. I will apologise now. I might be complaining about money at some point in this live because, well, 2 paychecks which were supposed to arrive this month have both been delayed, and I, of course, have tax bill at the end of the month. So I'm not a very happy man. I will try not to complain about it too much, and this is one of the reasons why Dan is here and the rest of the people, because they can tell me to shut up if I complain about it too much. But I just find it annoying when I do the work on time, and then I don't get paid on time. Let's see if the key release button is working. Yeah, Ramal, questions are working. Woohoo! The usual person who's very tight on questions is not here right now, so you can try and shoot some in quickly before the goalie gets here. Because we all know I'm a bit softer on the question topic than my very nice colleagues who help me out.
I'll try and talk to you again, but yeah, the content is about as bad as the audio, I think, for this, for me.
Yeah. And you should all know, I'm having a lot of fun, and I am planning, the moment I've got through tax season and I've sorted that out, I am planning to have a nice chat with Sol, because I think I can get the avatars to work. I think I've found a way. I have basically been mildly, thanks to my mother's research assistant capabilities, my own research capabilities, have been mildly stalking all the people who do this sort of thing. Thank you, Michael Cooch. And I found a few videos by people who do it, explaining issues they've had. And I have managed to be using those videos to troubleshoot. Troubleshoot and troubleshoot. Hey, Fleet.
Hello. Just wanted to let you know I'm ready whenever you are. I'll
live.
see you in the brew. Oh.
We're live.
Ah. Oh, are we?
Yes, we're live.
Well, I was going to say I had to. Right. Hold me back in a second. Carry on. Go forward. Hold me back in a second.
Oh.
It's a particularly evil laugh.
It's not a particularly evil laugh. It's not a particularly evil laugh. Let's see. Remote. Right, so we've got Runon's joined. The goalie has arrived, everyone. Just heads up. The goalie has arrived.
Hello. Yes, I would like to completely dispel any rumors that I may have possibly began disassembling my entire computer setup because the idiot that sits between the chair and the keyboard decided to wrongly attribute one setting on their audio. Any such rumors are completely baseless and have no factual impact on reality.
Okay. So, fun times had by all. We had some good questions. We had lots of people in the chat. Thank you everyone for joining us tonight, and thank you everyone for joining Bruships. It's always fun to have you here. And yeah, Lots of questions are coming in.
So the first question is from Naval,
Yeah.
and it's the US 6-inch Mark 5 versus the US 6-inch 47 for dual purpose 6-inch fun and games. Which one's better?
Two things, Dan. Just two
One,
small
we have
things.
to get you a better mic.
Yes, I was going to say that. And two, have you been nice to your laptop recently? Or are you on your phone?
This is laptop. I can try some headphones, 2 secs.
I think I would try the phone. I think you were slightly better, clearer on the phone. But the thing is, we have got to... I've got to get... Make sure you have a decent laptop. And Fleet has a decent PC. So I've got to get you both down here at some point in January. Or January, February to provide new equipment to. By the way, the questions are open, Rune. I'm just telling you that they're coming in.
Yeah, I see that.
No worries.
And I'll closing them at.
Haven't got 100 questions in yet.
Actually, I'm going to be closing them now because I wanted to close them at 5 minutes, and well, we're at 10.
That's because I let you all in before and then had it started before Runon got in.
Yeah, well, you see, I was supposed to notionally start at 14:30 my time, so at 14:25 I figured I had enough time to get the mail out of the mailbox and take a bio break. And then I come in and see that we're streaming, and I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, that's because...
Anyway.
Also, I've sent you a link to something which I thought you might find fun and interesting, because that's what I'm probably going to go with one of those solutions, one of those options, to try and get you all your things.
See,
I've got plans. I'm going to be sending Sol a sort of a nice little write-up of the avatars I'd like to have for, well, basically the core people.
You see, Dr. Clarke, every time you send me a video with a VTuber thumbnail, you're not exactly beating the allegations that Mrs. Clarke will one day have her own VTubing empire.
To be fair, guess who found that channel? Guess who found that video?
You?
No.
Your sister?
I wish.
Your mother?
Yes.
All right. Phew.
Now, please note, everyone, I know some people get worried that Raleigh might not have a toy to play with. In the video which comes out tomorrow, which is going to be the Battle of the Barents Sea, because basically the last week the videos went to absolute pot because of sorting everything out and doing all the building work and everything going wrong and needing to be fixed in triplicate. I managed to do the lives, but everything else went to absolute pot. There will be a video of why Raleigh is not playing with toys when we are live. There'll be a video part of the video, and it will explain it.
Does he get ever so violent with his toys?
No, he likes toys which squeak.
Ah, yes.
So you will enjoy the 4-minute long video, and it will explain everything. Or 4-minute section of the video. So, quick firing 6-inch Mark 5 dual purpose gun. It's better than the US 6-inch 47 dual purpose guns in terms of the dual purpose gun performance. If I remember correctly, the American one is slightly better in AA. The British gun is slightly better in anti-surface. Both are fairly decent guns. There is not much difference really between them. Not enough that I'm going to stand there and say, this is the better gun. Because basically they reflect the needs of the nations which are using them. Which sometimes sounds like a cop-out, but it's the true thing. It's like, I got this question earlier today on why did the British like to stick with 45s rather than 50s? And it's to do with barrel wear. And it's not because the British have bad metallurgy, and the Americans have great metallurgy, or something like that. No, it's quite simple. The Americans, their metallurgy, their system is they're fighting in the Pacific or Atlantic. They go back to their coast, it goes home. In the UK with Britain, where's its industrial complex? It's in Britain. Where do they think they'd be fighting? They were preparing to fight in the Pacific. And so, if your 45 wears less than a 50, and so lasts for longer, especially if you're not doing maximum power shooting, and the ratings are usually given for how many maximum power shots you can fire from a barrel, then those barrels will last longer and will need to be recycled less often, and need to go backwards and forwards less often, and the distance you have to take them, and the distance you have to move them, and the stockpile you have to have. And these things add up, because people go, well, they could just buy more. Well, yes, but that means they're going to have to change them out, send them all back, so which are going to be more convoys they're going to have to protect. That's going to be... Everything adds up. So is a 45 that much worse than a 50 that it makes that worthwhile? Well, the Royal Navy's view was no, it didn't. It didn't. That a 45 was at the likely engagement ranges they felt that you were going to fight. And you have to remember the British start off with firing at long range to try and disable your fire control, and then close to short range to kill you. That's the British methodology of battle fleet operations. So therefore, again, the 50 doesn't make sense. It's kind of like when we're talking about, and this is coming up to Scuttle at 9, because people look at the heavier shell being developed for the British 16-inch gun, etc., for the Lions during World War II, and they go, well, that's the British copying the Americans. And then you go, well, no, actually look at the shell performance, the flight performance. The Americans are looking for a very long-range shell. The British are looking for a shell which is absolutely going to smash things. If the British 16-inch shell had been developed, then at the ranges that Hood, etc., were engaging Bismarck, it would have shattered it. Quite literally, because that's what it's designed to. Whereas the American shell is designed to come in at long range and whoomp into a target and go boom, the British one is designed to go boom and basically shatter it on the entrance and make a massive great hole from medium to close range. So whilst it is still a very heavy shell and it's up the level of the super heavy shells, its flight trajectory and flight style is very different. So people go, but they're developing a shell of the same weight class, and you're going, yeah, not really. It's kind of like using descriptions of dogs in dating advertisements. You're being accurate, but you are loading the bases unfairly in the dog's favour. But does anyone want to add to that?
No, I don't really have anything to add. It's really not an area I'm very familiar with. So you...
Same.
Bummer boy.
The main thing is...
Carry on. Dan?
Oh, I was going to say, I think one issue is that the anecdotes you get about the British guns are kind of along the lines of, yes, they're wonderful. They can empty their entire magazine in sort of 7 minutes, assuming they work. So, yeah, wonderful. Whereas the Americans will sort of be like, this is amazing and wonderful and superb, but we could kill anything in sight with it. The British are there going, if it works. Chances of us going to war on a day when it works? Very low. Yeah. So I think it's just the... a bit of a challenge for that, should we say?
Yes. It is. There is a problem that the British are not very good at selling their equipment and not very good at selling stuff. Right. So, Bowmere Boy, why did the British aircraft carriers especially have sometimes rather prominent round downs on their flight decks? What purpose is it, sir? Streamlining. Literally to improve the airflow over the deck, to help aircraft get lift as they fly off. So basically, they're all about airflow. Hope that answers that question. Just not a particularly long answer, but doesn't really need a long answer.
They thought.
Yeah, they're the sort of things they tried. So, Recently, Spanish Admiral Nicolas Lapique, Director of Naval Engineering Construction and Logistics Support Headquarters, unveiled a 10-year plan to expand and modernise. I'm going to guess this is a two-parter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to guess this is a two-parter.
He would have been caught by, the Spanish Navy, assuming it comes to fruition with relatively little complications. How would the main naval NATO powers react, and how would the non-NATO powers react or respond?
Main NATO powers will probably go, woohoo! It's nice to have someone who's got a fairly decent balanced force, but it's kind of like the British plan in 1998 that went into the 2 aircraft carriers. If the British had delivered on the full plan, the full amount of destroyers and submarines and frigates and logistics ships, and actually sustained them and actually had the full crewing they needed, we'd be in an absolutely spectacularly happy state. No, all the issues wouldn't be happening. But the trouble is, the government probably will in about 3 years' time will have a change of mind on the Spanish government, maybe even 2 or 1 year time. So this is the trouble. You have a 10-year plan, you need a 10-year plan, but trying to get governments to deliver on 10 years plans is... Sorry, we're out of biscuits here. It's very, very difficult, but, I'll leave that up to the rest of you.
That's the price of liberal democracy.
It's the price of liberal democracy, not really. It's the price of modern democracy. You have to remember, we've had liberal democracy for a good long time. The Dreadnought race took place over all sorts of changes in governments and ministers. It even involved Winston Churchill becoming First Lord of the Admiralty. We all know how brilliant he can be on occasion with picking up new ideas, and yet still aim to deliver some consistency. This is the problem. It's modern democracy is chasing the... Well, I would love to say it was chasing a 24-hour news cycle, but it's not even that. It's chasing a 24-minute Twitter/X cycle, I swear.
Well, yes.
You think Twitter can last for longer than 23 minutes?
That's being facetious, but, it sounded better in my head than 2.4 minutes.
It barely gets through however long it takes the twits to read 240 characters.
Cian Richards, what was HMS Urge? She was a U-class submarine, wasn't she?
Not sure off the top of my head.
Yeah, U-class submarine. Quite a successful one. Yeah. She was sunk by the Germans by mine on 27th of April 1942.
Must avoid urge to make a joke.
Yes, you must, because she was actually...
You must avoid the urge to make jokes about HMS Urge?
Yeah?
Yes. Yes.
Is it
well,
joke about HMS Urge?
No, it was going to be a mine joke. It was going to be a play on, mine words.
Urges?
She was she managed to actually successfully torpedo and damage the Vittorio Veneto.
Yeah, not bad. Good innings.
And almost took out the Vittorio as well. In the same torpedo salvo. So that could have also been... that could have been... Considering she has 4 bow torpedoes... So she must have fired, it was one spread of torpedoes. If she'd fired 4 torpedoes and managed to take out both Italian battleships, I think that would probably be the boat which would be remembered as the greatest ace of World War II. For submarine perspectives. Sank 2 battleships in one go. It would also be considered the moment the battleship lost out to the submarine. Okay, Alex K, do you believe that a shipbuilding industry can be kept afloat by state donation and remain competitive?
Could I get a repeat of that, please?
The first part of the question, yes. The second part of the question, define remain competitive.
Do you believe a shipbuilding industry can be kept afloat by state donation and remain competitive?
State donation? What exactly do you mean?
Let me put it this way. Okay, so You can do it by one of three ways. You can keep a constant flow of jobs going through your the shipyards. So the Navy, you can buy ships for the Navy, you can buy ships for the Coast Guard, you can buy ships for the police force, you can buy ships for the Fisheries Protection Service, and you can buy ferries. You can do whatever. You can keep buying the various states sections of ships as much as possible to keep the shipyards afloat and keep them going. And just say, look, we're going to take the most competitive offer from the people building in the country. The other option is, and I talk about this quite often, is that when you've got shipyards down to the point at which you are their sole customer as a state, and they are only really selling to you.
Yeah.
Why not nationalize them? Why not bring back the Royal Dockyards? Because one of the things someone said to me was, well, what about all the design work? I go, well, BAE could still do the design work, where they could be off doing the design work and sharing the design work with Australia, etc., and all these things. We could still do joint, but the dockyard itself could be a Royal Dockyard, which is run by Navy. And honestly, that wouldn't be unusual, because you have to consider at points during World War I, World War II, all sort of regular time, the DNCs would make a design. Then they would pass it to a yard, which would do a final copy, a final version of run-through a design and polish over it. And then that design would be disseminated around the different yards. And sometimes those yards that got that polished design were Royal Navy dockyards. It works. It's fine. We've had systems, we've procedures. This is nothing we haven't done before. And of course, the other one is you just keep handing them money, and I don't think that's really sensible. I don't think you can hand someone money and keep it going. That's sensible. So you can, by having sort of internal competition and keeping different shipyards producing ships, you can keep it mildly competitive. But also, you could keep it competitive by keeping it by making it design bureaus and having state shipyards. That's literally a policy you can go by, and the design bureaus compete in that point, and so they're the competitive edge. And so the government takes on the cost. Well, let's put it this way: the reason I argue about the Royal Navy Royal Naval Dockyards is because if you are the sole supplier, sole buyer of everything that comes out there, then you cannot go, well, if it's owned by private industry, then they invest the money to upgrade it. Yeah, they invest the upfront capital, but they charge that cost back to you, and you as the representatives of the taxpayers, so it's charged to the taxpayers, with the cost plus profit margin for themselves. Okay? You don't get it for free. Just because you're paying with private, they're going to pass on the cost to their customers. And whilst you go, well, in theory, they can take orders from other people, have a look at the yards in Glasgow and Rosyth. How much work do they do for navies other than the Royal Navy?
Look at Huntington Ingalls and General Dynamics.
Yeah, look at especially the yards which do the nuke work for the US Navy. They don't do it for anyone else. They really don't. So yeah, it's just not really sensible.
And before anybody says that the yards will go to pot under government stewardship, I have heard enough horror stories about Huntington Ingalls to know that it can't get any worse without the yard just absolutely stop working.
And I would like to point out on that one is that the Royal Naval Dockyards, they managed to crank out some of the best ships in the world over several hundred years. If you're going to honestly tell me that people in the 1800s could run a naval dockyard successfully, but people in the 2000s can't, then I'm going to look at you a little bit jaundiced.
I mean, given the current state of the government, and
we always have governments which are the nicer way. Fleet, when was the last time you heard someone turn around going, you know what, the current government, they're spectacular. They're really, really good.
Yes, I get that, but I feel like the quality of political operator has gone downhill since the as in since the 18th and 19th century. Back then, they may have been slightly off kilter, but at least they were competent.
Competent in hindsight.
No.
Not really. Not really at the time, though.
No, I think that the advantage that the dockyards had up to kind of that would differentiate it from the truly modern era is they could actually be at slightly arm's length because they were in Portsmouth, Plymouth, and to some extent Chatham, which meant that they weren't in London and didn't. This wasn't an era when people were constantly saying, "Email me updates," and kind of share the spreadsheet with me and things like that. So they had a little bit of distance, and yes, people would go along and check on them, but it wasn't the kind of continuous micromanaging from the centre that I think you can get today. That's my concern about trying to do it from today is that kind of balance or non-balance of things.
I think the reality is that you can get around that quite easily. I think one of the things you do is it's like the thing of having the director of naval construction have the third Sea Lord again. You make the dockyards their responsibility, their command, and things have to flow through them. And then the micromanaging from the politicians has to go through them. And whilst it will depend on who you get as third Sea Lord, who you get as director of naval construction, the odds are you're going to get people who are... It's going to very quickly... The third Sea Lord post is very quickly going to become the political powerhouse of the Royal Navy. It's going to have, because of their role, because they're interfacing politicians, they're going to quickly have to become a very capable operator. Both in terms of understanding engineering and in terms of understanding the politics. Hello, Dan.
Yeah, there are.
There's the other Dan. The other Dan is in the chat.
My goodness.
Oh, hello. Hey.
All the Dans.
I'm still looking forward to taking them both to Japan.
And Melanie, modern defense contractors do not steal from defense budgets. They merely negotiate the contracts in such a way to ensure that the desired profit margin is always met without fail.
They're kind of like the Royal Navy. They're kind of like the Royal Navy, which can do the speed in all weathers and all sea conditions. So, Steve Clarke, a 2-in-1 sort of question. Discuss both the circumstances of both a rise and fall in a sea level of 50 meters in the wars of the 20th century.
How deep is the channel?
It's deeper than 50 meters.
Uh-huh.
But it would get narrower. Would we get Dogland? I can't remember. The 40.
It would probably make the invasion of the UK a lot more feasible.
Really?
Well, the average depth of the channel is 63 meters. So a 50-meter drop would cause it to be very, very shallow. That means also there's probably going to be more islands appear in the channel. There's going to be more islands appear, all sorts of things. Dogger Bank and a few others. Honestly, if you have a 50-meter drop in the drop or a 50-meter gain, you change things so much you're going to change a lot of strategy. A 50-meter rise in the English Channel is going to increase the average depth to 110 meters.
Mm-hmm.
And let me put it this way.
It's going to involve a lot.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, the cliffs of Dover, and I'm just checking that, are only 110 meters tall, so they'll drop down to being only 60 meters tall. And with that amount of salt water around them, they'll probably erode something chronic.
What a horrible thought.
It's
going to. But if the waters rise by 50 meters, then it's going to change a lot of the Pacific campaign, because I think quite a few of the islands that are fought over will no longer be there.
well, yes, but
Also, there won't be an invasion of the Netherlands.
There won't be a
because there
Netherlands.
won't be one. Or Denmark, probably, for that matter.
there's also
Essentially,
there's
you're
also
talking
the fact that Japan and a fair number of others are going to be heavily underwater.
The problem is you're talking about 150 feet, or roughly a 15-story building
Yeah.
worth of sea level change. That is going to knacker everything. Your dockyards will be different. Your slipways, all your infrastructure will be different. Many rivers will no longer be viable with a 150-foot sea level drop if the continental plates otherwise stay the same. You'll probably lose, the Netherlands, given how low lying that area is.
Oh, you will lose as well. You'll also lose huge chunks of the United Kingdom.
You'll lose the entire Chesapeake Bay estuary system. You'll lose New York. You'll lose Philly. You'll lose Florida. You'll lose vast parts of the Gulf Coast of the United States. California will probably no longer be viable as an inhabitable area. Current issues notwithstanding, its overall viability. Just because you will be forcing that many people that much further up into the mountains, that is a lot of sea level change, and the reverse is true as well. You just because the coastline looks nice and pretty at its historical shoreline level, if you drop that by 50 meters, you may not have the same places that are as advantageous for ports, harbors, estuaries, so on and so forth, in that situation as well.
One of the big winners, basically, in either regard is Russia.
Not necessarily. You have to think about where Russia's grain baskets pretty much are. Because whilst you have elevation, do you have habitable elevation?
It's more down to the fact that it'll push. It'll push certain. If it's a sea level rise, then it'll push the seas inwards, and Russia as a nation will have the space to trade. As in, whatever nation coalesces in that area, whether it be Russia or something else, but let's assume Russia, will actually be able to adapt to that relatively well.
Yes, but you have to, with a sea level rise, especially one of this scale, you have to, you start getting the concern of, thank you, Robert Dennett, for the super chat. You start getting the concern of poisoning your freshwater system.
And also, the thing is, Russia's going to lose St. Petersburg. It's going to lose Moscow, I reckon, looking at the map I'm looking at. It's going to lose a lot of its industrial and economic hearts. As well as a large chunk of Ukraine. As pretty much all of Ukraine.
Good lord, that is an aggressive height.
At 50 meters, on increase.
At
50 meters decrease, it's even worse for Russia.
And also, China will probably lose a lot of its river delta space that it has leveraged as part of its industrial overhaul. What I know of Japan's topography indicates that their already fractious infrastructure system due to the mountains in Japan will be made even worse.
Yeah.
It would be interesting what would happen with India I'm not familiar enough with the geography of India to make a call one way or another on that.
Well, Bangladesh is gone. Bangladesh is gone, and so is large sections of India. And honestly, India might even become an island nation. Or an isthmus of some kind.
And
Yeah.
Also, with a 50-meter drop. Let me see, what is the...
St. Petersburg becomes landlocked. It has a river running through it, but it's pretty much landlocked.
What a horrible thought.
Yeah. Certainly, it's such a drastic change to the world. So, Robert Dennett. Next question. The Royal Navy's 18th century success was a faked timber crisis. They scammed Parliament to boost funds, built unstoppable fleets, and claimed global sovereignty. Just a cunning con. Never short on wood. There is an argument for that, but it's kind of like... How do I put this politely? There was a very real possibility they were going to be short on wood. Now, let me explain this. They are projecting based on the information they had available. One of the changes which went through with the timber crisis was administrative reform, which allowed them to better track the wood supplies that were coming in. Because the trouble is, the organisation of things got so big on several points. They got very good organisation getting wood. They got very organisation managing the yards. But the stuff in between, they lost completely track of the wood. It was kind of like junior officers, right? And the Royal Navy at this point had no control of how many junior officers they had.
You can't get the wood, you know.
They'd be taken...
You can't get the wood.
Yeah. Basically, the junior officer system at this point, you'd come and sign on as a midshipman aboard a ship. The Royal Navy had no control of that. The first time the Royal Navy really had any control over officers was when they passed their lieutenant's exam. And only after they passed their lieutenant's exam did the Admiralty get any control over the officers' careers. Right? And it's kind of the same that wood. They had control over this wood is being chopped down and managed. Oh, great. And this is the wood we have in the... We have over here, we have in store in the dockyards. But what about the wood in between and travelling around? They had no knowledge of that. They had no control over that. They had no administration over that. And part of the timber crisis was them misunderstanding that process. And so they had to build an administration. It caused a huge amount of administration reform. So the Royal Navy got the money, got the administration reforms, found out it wasn't as bad a situation as they thought it was. And the thing is, you can critique them, and yes, they did make use of it politically to help build ships, etc. They needed to do that anyway. But also, the point is, would you prefer a government organisation announce it has a crisis and it's in trouble when it's collapsing, or when it's looking at the thing going, we're going to collapse in 5 years' time, and then finding out it wasn't going to collapse in 5 years' time? Because once you've done better administration, you prefer it to be better.
Yeah, let's fix it now, shall we?
If the Royal Navy had collapsed, then they would have been in real trouble. So, to an extent, it's right, but it's not so much a fake timber crisis as it's a administrative timber crisis. It's like I often nickname my sister. I love her dearly, but I have often accused her when she's trying to organise family events that she couldn't organise a drunken party in a brewery because while she's very good at many things, organising people to turn up for a family event is not her skill set. She's not. We all have our own skills. We all have our own skill sets, and she's got a lot of very good skills. But that particular one, she has a habit of telling everyone, but I don't want to upset people, so I tell them to just turn up when they want to. And I went, that's great, but now when do I put the food on? When do I organise the food? Make sure the lights are going on. What kind of entertainment am I going to have to provide? I'm going to have to entertain everyone for the whole day, or am I going to be just entertaining them for the afternoon? What's going on?
You have to set. You've got to set.
And you can't. And this is what I find funny is when she's talking about dealing with her student, she's very precise. They've got to be there this time, do this. When it comes to family, but they're family, and you're going, That makes it more complicated, because they're even more likely to turn up at random o'clock in the morning. I love you dearly, but please.
Just because I wanted to look this up, in the event of a sea level fall by that amount,
Yeah.
America's actually worse off because most of the continental shelf is less than 50 meters.
Yep.
Europe actually makes out pretty good because you guys' continental shelf is actually deeper, looks to be deeper than 50 meters in most places.
Yeah, that's why the channel gives us a 13-meter deep water. Still deep enough no one's swimming across it easily.
You'll have some areas that are problematic, but...
Oh, we've done more than 3 questions in 45 minutes, Steve.
We're not doing terribly. We're just not doing 100%. Yeah.
Molly
Because
Madden.
when has
Besides,
this group of 4 people ever done anything involving discussing policy and history rapidly?
yes.
Yeah.
When has this chucklesome set of people moved with a degree of swiftness?
Yeah.
Answer: we do not.
Molly Madison, much has been made of the logistical success of the Allies in World War II. What was the Allies' largest logistical failure in the period? Also, the Axis' largest logistical failure.
Germany.
Well, the Axis' largest logistical failure was fighting, to be blunt.
The trouble is, fleet, all we heard was the Axis' largest logistical failure, and then silence, and then to be blunt.
Oh, you didn't. Oh,
No.
okay. The Axis' largest logistical failure was fighting the people who had oil, while themselves not having much in the way of oil. That's honestly, you can't get much bigger than that. We're going to try and fight a mechanized war against some of the largest people on the planet with extremely limited fuel reserves. But we're not going to structure our armies to try and mitigate that. No, we're going to try and fight like the other people are fighting.
Well, I think it even goes deeper than that. They fought the largest industries on the planet while having little to no industry of their own, especially in Germany's case.
And the Allies' largest logistical failure has got to be Singapore. Honestly, there was a whole lot of supplies sitting there, and they just didn't realise and they weren't using them. And if you can stop Singapore, you can argue the same for Norway. If you can stop Singapore and Norway falling, then you can change the war massively.
I would argue that's not a logistical failure. That's a strategic failure.
It's logistics. Runon, we're going to answer Shooter the Router's question, but I just thought you should know someone has managed to skip around you.
Okay. I see how it is.
You're gonna have to tighten up security.
Well, I need to have a talk with whoever runs the ship about actually enabling the community functions on the server, so that this way I don't have to worry about catching every single new person who joins, so I can give him the role.
You got it turned around on you. Checkmate, Dr. Clarke.
In the nicest way, you have pretty much so many powers. I forget. Nicest way, you're almost as powerful as me on the server.
Yeah, but there's a difference. There is a difference between administration and the owner. Trust me, I've been learning this on my own server.
Here's the problem. It's your server, which means I am not going to make these broad sweeping changes unless I get your thumbs up, preferably in writing.
Thumbs up recorded on live stream. Go for it.
Okay, I'll do that later, and then everybody will yell at me for breaking the server, and then I'll unbreak the server, and everybody will go back to normal and wonder what they were complaining about.
Now, how would the Savile Island have gone differently had Mikawa targeted the transports in addition to the Allied ship sunk? If they targeted the transports in addition to... by the point the Battle of Savile Island's going to show, those transports are mostly empty. From memory.
Yeah.
So it's going to cost some transports, but you have to remember that if you're firing on the transports, you're not firing at the Allied ships, or the warships.
Mm-hmm.
You can't fire at both
And
simultaneously. You
just
can't
failed
fire at both
forward later. Yeah.
full solo. And the thing is, if you're not firing, you're going to sink some merchant ships, but that's going to allow the warships to get closer to you and attack you harder, and B is going to allow probably. Let's be honest, with the Liberty ship programs and the other shipping programs going on, the one thing the Allies can afford to replace is, for the cost of what's going on, is the merchant ships.
Yes.
Also, you've got another load of ships there, including that's where HMAS Australia's gone, and some of the other flagship ships. So you're going towards more ships that will now be prepared.
Yeah. I mean,
to be ready.
yeah. I mean, it's important to actually what's the word? Like, bear in mind, the admiral in charge of Savo Island made exactly the right call. He basically did everything right that he could have done. Engaged at the right time, withdrew when he realized he didn't have accurate information. Like, he made entirely the right call
Yes.
at pretty much every level of the engagement.
He certainly was trying to. I'm sorry. My foot started bleeding. Sorry, as I've caught my foot on something and I was going, why is it bleeding? It happens. It happens.
Consider it proof of life.
Yeah.
If applying pressure and things doesn't work,
Oh, I know how it. I know what it got caught on, because the nice way I looked down and went, hang on, why is my foot bleeding? And then I realised, A, there's a couple of nails on the floor, and B, one of them was rather close to where my foot was. So yes, my foot's now bleeding because there were nails on the floor, and I didn't notice about it, and I noticed it until too late. Hello.
that's not good.
Tanker bricks. Given
It
that
happens.
the Japanese admiral in question was not named Magnus, it is possible for him to have done things correctly. And before anyone says Magnus did nothing wrong, you are correct. Magnus did nothing wrong. He was supposed to do nothing, and he did that wrong.
Yeah. Robert Dennett, is there an old history in the 17th century where the Royal Navy puts a far bigger focus on the Royal Marines implementing their own reforms, treating them like a former separate, small separate amphibious force? That's a scenario where the army really does piss off the government. If the scenario where the army really has annoyed the government, then the Marines get the funding. But you have to remember, the Marines are, if you invest too much in them, you're going to run into a political fight with the army. So it's more something that happens should the army be more problematic for the government than it was. If the army had started causing major issues, then the government would have basically enforced the Marines. And you have to remember, to accept that's why the Americans do constitutionally have set up the U.S. Marine Corps like they have. The whole U.S. constitutional system and balance system means that the U.S. Marines are, whilst they are a smaller force than the Army, they are to an extent considered a bit of a political counter to the Army, should the Army get problematic. Or the Marines get problematic, then you've got the Army. That's the idea, anyway. I'm not sure how successful it would be. That's not a fight. That's the sort of fight which I would want to have popcorn and a very safe viewing spot, preferably from high Earth orbit, with very powerful telescopes to watch, rather than be close by. And then Stafford Thompson. The implication of UK NEST programs: HMS Minos, HMNB Urania, and HMS Ares coming to fruition, or just pipe dreams? No.
I don't know them.
From what I do know about them, they are it's kind of like a few years ago there was a design study called the Black Swan class. A Black Swan design study. And I did like it. I wrote a whole paper about it, and I did a whole chat about it on various things. But it was an interesting idea, but it's we'll see. We'll see. Unlikely.
They're strange names.
Urania was a U-class destroyer. Scrap to Model 1. All sorts of things. I don't think she was a naval base. But I have heard the names. And so I have heard various discussions on things. But Nest in UK governments usually comes up with a National Employment Savings Trust rather than naval systems. Yeah, I am quite a bad person to ask things like, you know, when I'm bleeding, as Dan will testify to. I do sometimes. I have quite a high pain tolerance, and so for me to notice something has actually happened takes a lot. I don't have numb or anything like that. I do feel pain, just not below a certain level. So if I just get scratched, or even if it's just an injection, I usually have to be told it's been done to me. You have to be very bad with a needle for me to notice it. It's quite terrible. How many Type 45s are needed to block the Baltic's airspace? Well,
From what?
The point is, you could probably you could probably do it with 2 on rotation, but the trouble is, you need a lot more to get because of the sheer amount of aircraft that could be attacking them. You need to be able to more than we have to keep them rotated with full VLSs. That's the problem. Your first question wasn't skipped, Stefan. I think we got to it.
Montana, your question wasn't shot and left in the ditch. You just have to get in line like everybody else.
No. Question 4, Ramal. Hang on. This is Ramal's question 4.
It was
And there was also
in a culvert.
this question 1 other. What happens to question 2 and 3 of Ramal?
He probably entered them in too quickly and therefore got cut off by the cooldown period. So this way we don't get swamped and are here for 38 hours.
But I like being here for 38 hours.
The rest of us are not. Yes, okay. Myself and Ruinon, while we do dearly love being guests on Bruships, we are not, unfortunately, suffering insomniacs.
And as much as I do not want to go to work for the next 2 days, because I will be stuck in training on how not to die as an electrician, and at 20-odd years, I think I've done pretty good at not dying as an electrician. I do still need to go to work tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I got bills that I need to pay.
And, of course, I have to do ramblings tomorrow.
I thought how not to die as an electrician was have an apprentice, have them stick their fingers into a circuit first. Does that not work? Are you not allowed
The problem is, okay, they don't want to give me the training to use some of the equipment that would make me more efficient at my job. So where am I going to get the money for a apprentice?
Well, it's always good to have an apprentice.
Yes, it is. It's also good to have the ability to use things like skid steers and excavators. But every time I ask for that training, I just get told, good luck.
I mean, they don't.
Well, to be fair, Runon, they've met you. Giving you that much horsepower might be worrying to them.
Why? Because I can actually show them how much a given employee can get done if you give them the right equipment?
Yes.
That's exactly why.
That sounds like a them problem, not a me problem.
Sorry, everyone. Was just I wiped my foot, my bleeding toe, and then I cleaned my dog's ear. quickly and had to take the thing away. So, yes, but it is a problem. Roll, does the Royal Navy have a plan to counter threats in and around the sewers during the post-war drawdown until the 60s? If they do, what kind of war plan did they have, and what kind of assets did they have? Well, there was usually a carrier east of sewers, there was usually quite a force east of sewers, and basically, if there are problems in and around sewers, you basically brought forces in from both directions. And hopefully intimidated the situation, if not, implement something not too dissimilar to the 1956 plan. Because it had worked from a naval perspective.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the Suez Crisis didn't fail because it was militarily ill-fated. It failed because the geopolitical situation didn't quite work out as we expected it to.
Well, yes, the failure was that Nasser's army didn't rebel. It was terrible. I should start ticking these to make sure we know we've done them. Bum bum. But my boy, if Dr. Clarke is the weapon and the Q is the magazine, what does that make the stockpile of questions people like Black Horse and Knight have built up? The arsenal.
Existential threat to my free time.
The arsenal.
Okay. Sorry, but I see two questions here, or two statements in each chat from Lions and Twitch. Runon, the problem is you're then showing how much everyone else doesn't do, and Stafford Thompson and YouTube saying, now you can't be too productive or they wouldn't be able to charge as much and their profits would go down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I am probably one of the better liked and least liked employees in my department because I don't really cause problems and I keep to myself and the customer really likes the work that I'm doing. But I also look at the customer when the customer says, oh, we have to go to such and such to do this thing. Be like, why? We can do that internally. It's not that hard and we're not required to go externally to get it done, which saves them a lot of money and a lot of time that they would otherwise be paying my department. Oops.
Could Hiryu have escaped or been withdrawn from the battle midway? What do we think? Could Hiryu have escaped?
Yes, if the officer in command had decided that was the action he was going to take. If he had decided not to counterattack and not launch the strike that sinks Yorktown, then yes, Hiryu could absolutely have gotten away. Like that, there is no reason why she can't.
So what about the honor of the Japanese Navy?
Okay, before we go too far, I don't want Runon to be able to read this and react quietly. So Runon, go look at Robert Dennett's latest super chat. Thank you for that, Robert. And my forthcoming tax bill really thanks you for that, Robert. The tax man is after me. But yeah, it's a case of they could have done it, but they would have had to missing out on the strike in Yorktown.
Yeah.
Is Yorktown, do you think, damaged enough that she still wouldn't have been able to be repaired?
You could have been it would have been an open day. An open. Come on, Fleet, use your brain. An open. Oh, I can't think.
Clear skies, permissive environment.
No. An open question whether or not she would have made it home.
I think if she had made it home, she still wouldn't have been able to be in service for a long time.
Yeah.
She'd have been rebuilt like the Enterprise. And probably still not scrapped like the Enterprise, or might even worse, might have ended up being nuked like Saratoga.
Yep.
Yeah,
Now,
I think I know where one of my
we have to ask this question. We have to ask this question of Runon. If you have flipped a circuit breaker, can you put electrician on your online dating profile?
Okay. This depends upon who you ask. Given the interaction I had with a fellow contractor at work this week, apparently finding a circuit breaker and cycling the power is some level of black magic which befuddles other technicians. If you're my father, you can't consider yourself an electrician until you have at least a journeyman's license in your jurisdiction or from your union. If you're me, I consider anybody who is working in the electrical field as their primary profession and doing a professional job to be an electrician. Unfortunately, that situation fits neither of those criteria. Ergo, no.
I'd
No, you
say
cannot.
seriously, because I can cycle. I can cycle my switchboard.
As I remarked to one of my coworkers, I hope he's good at his job because he's mechanically clueless.
Okay.
And that's fine. He doesn't have to be mechanically astute for what he does. But it would help. I'm just saying, it would help.
Steve Clarke, what happens if Germany gets modular construction to work by 1939?
Britain goes looking for where they hid the genie lamp.
If Germany gets modular construction
that's
working, the more interesting question is this: how does Germany get modular construction working in 1939 and no one else does?
Short answer: you kind of, sort of, realistically can't.
No. That's the thing. It's kind of like when people like to go, oh, and by the way, you don't have to remind me about the ads this week. I've put YouTube on its system. I've maxed it out to 30, like we did on Thursday, because I'm not having a Thursday happen again. And I put it on this 30-minute cycle. But it is supposed to do... what I've done is I've set it up so it'll only do it from the moment you join. It'll then do 30 minutes. So everyone will get their ads at slightly different times. I apologise for that, but it should work quite well.
Knight, you can wait. Everybody else is waiting. You can wait too. All right?
The questions will come. We'll get to them.
We have 30-odd questions left in the queue. When we get down to 10 to 5, I will reopen the queue.
So,
unless somebody has a gun to your head for you to convince this other person, you can wait. Sorry. Carry on.
Don't worry, we'll get to it. So we'll get to it tonight. What happens if Germany gets modular construction work? Well, the trouble is, if they get it to work by 1939, then the odds are others have got it to work. And the thing is, everything Germany achieves, if the others get it, it's worse. And the fact is, you do have sort of modular construction going on even in 1939 in some countries. Britain, there's an example. They have some modular construction going on with submarines assembly. And yes, the Germans eventually do implement it, but Britain already has it sort of going to extent in 1939 with some of the smaller submarines, where they're producing them in sections and then connecting them together, especially internal hull bits, the pressure hull bits. But yeah, it's if Germany gets modular construction to work by 1939, then others will have us too, and that's probably going to make things worse for Germany. Especially when you consider, I could imagine Germany would get modular construction to work, but I imagine they get it to work, and then they'd still want to make their ships to perfect design. So whereas, if you consider the King George V's, modular construction actually works with the way their armour is applied, because their armour is bolted on the outside, right? They have the belt bolted on externally. You could do modular construction of that. Could you do modular construction with an internal belt?
No.
Well, the answer is you could, but it's going to make it frigging difficult. It's going to have to be technically perfect. So what do you think the Germans would probably do?
Over-engineer it and make it all go terrible.
Yep. Basically.
Yeah.
But it will be technologically perfect.
Mhm.
And both actually work.
Okay, are you really going to to sit there and tell me that late war German designs were technologically perfect for their applications?
Well, the designs
No,
were, the
because the
execution
Germans-
wasn't.
No. The
Designs
the
work.
Germans design these absolutely perfect things on paper, and then the execution doesn't work. It's like whenever I talk about the graph span, I've got a great video coming up on that. 2 historians coming up on that at some point. Going to get it recorded soon, and also got another 2 historians I'm going to be recording soon as well. I'm going to be recording about 2 historians over the next couple of weeks, and so they'll come out sort of every other week. And at least one of them is going to be going into the Graf Zeppelin. And you sit there and you go, the Graf Zeppelin has this great idea, which looks great on paper. Now let's talk about the reality of the application of that. Well, it has this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem, this problem.
We could go on, folks.
And you sit there, you sit there listening through it and you're going, so you can understand why those people could go look at it on paper and go, this would have been an amazing piece of technology. And then you just sit there and go, well, I'm going to disappoint you now. Because the thing is, whilst it looks great on paper, because you made this decision, and this decision, and this decision, you've gone with 4 perfect procurement systems. Although, let's be honest, they haven't, because sometimes they literally procure it as it is because a mistake made and no one wants to correct the mistake. I.e., the gun armament, which was supposed to be singles and all these things and turned into doubles because someone made a mistake.
Yeah.
And so, all these things build up. But the thing is, these things build up, and cumulatively together, they're not perfect. Cumulatively together, they interfere with each other. Because one of the fun things is when the secondary guns fire, because of their position, they're going to create enough vibration, they're going to disrupt the catapult system they were using.
Yep.
It's just great fun. The Graf Zeppelin is a great case in every little bit on its own can look like a great idea. Cumulatively, therefore, it should be a collection of great ideas. But it's one of those times where the sum is lesser than the value of the parts.
Mm-hmm.
Bomia Boy, why did the UK allow Germany to scrap Hibernia, considering all their work to damage German shipbuilding in the Treaty of Versailles?
Yeah.
Honestly, because it didn't really matter. HMS Hibernia that they scrapped and sold for scrap was a King Edward VII class pre-dreadnought. So, yeah, she sold for scrapping. First sold to the Stanley Shipbreaking Company of Dover, then resold to the Slough Trading Company in 1922, then resold for a second time to a German scrappers, and scrapped in Germany from November 1922 onwards. The thing is, she is a King Edward VII pre-dreadnought, or Royal Sovereign Tile battleship. If they learn anything from her that actually helps them, then I'd be honestly very surprised. The one thing she does have is fairly decent 9.2-inch guns. But mostly she has...
You don't normally send the guns to the scrappers. You've normally taken them off first.
Yeah, they have taken them off first, but what they will find is the systems which support them underneath it. Or systems to support the turrets. But honestly, there's nothing in there going to find that's going to be useful.
Also, thank you for the membership, Brandon Larson.
Thanks, Brandon. Also, any ideas of where to find an extra about £300 within our next couple of weeks to try and to pay off to add into the last bit towards my tax bill? Greatly appreciated. Current suggestions from my mother included selling my body. I am hoping she meant for scientific research. I'm hoping not any other way, because that's frankly disturbing. Leave that to one side.
You got feet?
I am not doing feet picks. My feet are definitely not in condition for that.
That's what you think.
Oh, good God.
Ramal, there is a 90-second cool down lockout period after submitting each question. So just pace your questions accordingly, I guess. Question mark?
Ethan Yang, in the age of VLS-equipped service commanders, where do you think the distinction between frigate, destroyer, and cruiser lies?
Wherever the navy that operates them says that it lies.
Pretty much.
Like it's like it used to be. You used to actually be able to define ships by what they were. Like battleships were very clearly battleships, cruisers were very clearly cruisers, destroyers were very clearly destroyers, etc., etc. That is now no longer the case.
You can sort of define them. I will say this: you can sort of define them in that. I would say. In modern warships, especially because of the numbers of them, because of the duties they're expected to do in peacetime, they're all pretty much cruisers, all the escorts. They're all cruisers. In terms of, if you went and talked about their characteristics with a 1920s admiral or a 1920s chief petty officer, they'd talk to you about that's a cruiser. Hi, Cal.
Hey, Cal. Hey.
But what you've got these days is basically a frigate is your ASW cruiser. That's orientated towards usually anti-submarine warfare, and your air warfare vessel is usually your destroyer. Now, some nations, they refuse to have destroyers, so they're all frigates. But that's political reasoning. That's them just confusing the things. And some nations don't like to have frigates, believe it or not, so they claim they're all destroyers. But as a rule, air warfare cruiser is a destroyer, ASW cruiser is a frigate, and they're all frigates. They're all pretty much frigates. They're all they're all cruisers. They're all cruisers, basically.
Yeah, and when you hear someone referring to something as a cruiser, it's usually
like have aircraft carriers and call them destroyers.
Yeah.
And if you hear someone referring to something as a cruiser outright, it's usually a larger vessel. Not always, but usually.
Usually it's something that you're looking at and you're going, well, let's be honest, the Chinese, what's it, type 05, is it the 55 destroyer, or the 454? Is it, that's the type, the type 055 or something really big. The fact is that the Chinese are looking at building an even larger destroyer. I have had conversation with people about that one, and it's they are getting pretty big up there. The Type 055 is about 11,000 tons with 12 to 13,000 fully loaded. I wouldn't be surprised if their next large destroyer build is squaring in at 15,000 tons, and that's probably going to be referred to as a cruiser.
And then you have the comedic thing where things that were once definitely cruisers, and still are technically, like the Slavas, are actually now smaller than some of the destroyers that are extant in the world.
Yes, well, that's as I said, because basically most of the modern ships, they're all basically cruisers in terms of their peacetime role. They're all expected.
Oh yeah, like absolutely.
And that's the thing that people forget. That's what defines their size of their hull, what operations and what duties you expect on them. And if you expect them to do cruising roles, cruising duties, they're going to have cruising shape.
Mm.
I did not know that France's newest submarine class was going to be the Suffrans or Suffrans.
Mm-hmm.
When will Hosh return to the fleet? When will that name finally come back?
Look, as long as we keep doing the proper rights, hopefully never.
Sanctity.
In the age of the VLS equipped, that's that one.
Actually, you know what would be absolutely hilarious? If there is a class and one of the named ships in the class is going to be called the Hosh, and the rest of the class looks middling to average, but Hosh, for some reason, is just butt ugly. They make some design tweak, some weapons tweak, some paint scheme tweak, and you just look at the ship and you're like, oh dear God, it's hideous.
It won't be hideous, I'm sure you're over-exaggerating. It'll be fine.
Fleet, I swear you need to get your eyes checked, or you need to go in for a very deep set of ocular nerve path scans so that we can study your image processing power and figure out what's going wrong, because something is obviously going wrong.
Oh,
I've already lined up all the people to do the proper brain biopsy thing. You don't need both frontal lobes, do you?
Wouldn't it be the lobes, the occipital lobes in the back of that brain, right? That
No,
way
that's
you'd
the
be more
visual
concerned?
cortex. It's the
They-
decision-making bit.
there is actually a possibility, and I want to say this very carefully, that Hosh might be coming back soon.
Avert your eyes, boys. The French are going to go for ugly.
Um,
Oh no, of course not. I mean, Hosh is a beautiful, magnificent cupcake, as we all know.
however, there's been the thing is, I think it's potentially going for their next generation SSBN.
Oh, Hosh is here to destroy all of the haters. None will be saved.
No, the trouble is, if we consider what's happened previously, that means she could end up being in a head-on collision with HMS Warspite.
Yeah. Warspite will kill her just because her namesake was so ugly.
Yeah.
Like, I'm terribly sorry. Your ancestor offended me, therefore you must die.
Yes, Steve, we won't be able to directly see it. And Cow2Face has over on Twitch has a similar idea of give the name to a submarine, then we don't have to look at it while it's submerged. But then we also giving it nuclear weapons in a country that has a warning strike, a warning shot doctrine.
Oh heck.
I almost think I trust Warspite, HMS Warspite with ICBMs more so than I trust what is it, MN Hosh with ICBMs.
Yeah. I just hope they don't make it the Hosh class, because that will just give Fleet the wrong idea.
Well, if it's the Hosh class, it's going to work. It's going to look worse than the long VLS Virginias do.
Mm-hmm. So, Petchington, what vessels did the Anglo-Saxon and Jutes use to get England? Well, the ship's not too dissimilar to the Viking longships, basically. They look sort of... in the discussion with Simon Elliott, we talked a lot about the vessels which the Romans were using for most of that period and what they looked like and what they were doing. And you're basically dealing with the Northern German reaction to those vessels and how they built their... I wouldn't necessarily say counter, but how their building technology developed. Now, of course, the Northern German tribes mostly didn't have access to the same infrastructure the Romans built up, so couldn't necessarily do the same. But they do start to develop things. So yeah, it's not too dissimilar to Viking longships, basically. Similar to that.
Also, Cow2Face over on Twitch has a very astute observation that making Hosh ugly, as befits her name, could actually add to the French deterrence strategy. Because do you really want to say that your country received a devastating blow from a ship that looks as malformed as one called Hosh?
So the problem you're gonna get with it though is that because it will scare away all of the fish, it will give away its location because of the absence of biologicals around it. Like a hole in the ocean. It's going to be a bigger than normal hole in the ocean, sound-wise.
On the ads perspective, everyone should be seeing the ads maximum of one ad every 30 minutes. It should be. That's what YouTube... that is what I've ticked to boxes. Now, as you know, I tend to try and keep them to manual control, but I'm trying out the automated control to see if it works because of the issues we had the other day with them. So basically, I'm keeping it to sort of... It's supposed to be on the same frequency as Twitch, which does it every 30 minutes.
It will be one. If it's anything like Twitch, it will be one ad break every 30 minutes. You may be served one ad. You may be served multiple ads
Oh,
in
good
that
lord.
ad break. But there is no guarantee as to actually when you will see the ads, especially on YouTube, because YouTube essentially does not tell us when it's going to send out ads and how long those ads will be, and so on and so forth. Please, I know it's annoying, but it does support the channel. It does support Dr. Clarke, and it keeps everything running and sustainable, and you can grow it. If they annoy you deeply, I understand, but I would ask you to consider, like on Twitch, you have the option of subscribing to the channel or purchasing Turbo, which if you watch a lot of Twitch, get Turbo because it exempts you from ads across the entire platform. And on YouTube, it's memberships and YouTube Premium.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And with Turbo over on Twitch, the creator still gets paid as if you had watched the ads, even though you are exempted from it.
Although, fun thing is, you earn a lot less money from Twitch than you do from YouTube if you're watching it. You can go through the ads.
I guess it
Mm-hmm.
depends, because I've heard from multiple people that Twitch is, on the whole, a little bit more better when it
Permissive?
comes to cost sharing. Yes.
They are better once you've reached a certain level of subscribers.
Okay, yeah, that would track.
Once you've got over 1,000 followers, they are better. But I'm on less than 300, so that's a long way to go on Twitch. But the thing is, I do Twitch, and I'm quite open about this. I do Twitch because if YouTube goes down, I can still do a live on schedule, and people know that I have a Twitch channel, so they know that I'll be. If YouTube's not working, they can go to Twitch and they will find me, and I'm still there, called Dr. Alex Clarke. So I'm easy to find, and that's the thing. It means for me, it's channel security by giving me another option for doing a live cast on. Realistically, I would prefer to have 3 options, but I haven't yet set that up. I've technically got Facebook ready to go as a 3rd option, but broadcasting on Facebook is fun. I've automated the ads this week, though. I've automated them completely. Okay? YouTube Premium, though, all these things, they do go on. Stan Thompson, thoughts on Harlan and Wolf's building LHDs after the RFA ships are completed? A dream or actually possible? In a nicest way, by the time the RFAs are completed, we're probably going to be another decade or so on. So who knows what's actually happened by that point? We could have a whole new government. Who knows? By that point, we could have. Well, we could have just finished the reform. We could have gone from Labour to Reform. And could we just
God, what a horrible thought! Don't mention that.
And we could then we could be about to welcome our first ever Green Party government as well. So, who knows what happens in that scenario? Look, I think the problem is myself. I would say in the UK is there's currently a generation of politicians which have been around for a very, very long time in charge, and there haven't been any new faces which have come up for about the last 15, 20 years. And whilst we don't quite have the same gerontocracy which exists in other democratic countries, I'm not going to name which one. I resemble that remark. I'm not going to name which one.
I resemble that remark.
There hasn't been exactly much turnover in leadership or in ideas of leadership, and frankly, there needs to be. When you consider that, love him or loathe him, I don't mind which way you go. You can't really argue this. One of the best communicators still in modern British politics is a guy called Nigel Farage. It's quite worrying.
Communicator.
Yes, he is a far. Let's be honest, he's a far better communicator than most of the other leaders.
I mean, okay, I'll give you that he can communicate.
It's like Boris Johnson. You can like him or loathe him. It doesn't matter. You can't disagree that he's one of the more effective communicators of the generation of politicians that we've had.
Yes, it's just that the rest of him could do with a bit of improvement.
Well, that's the thing is, you might not like it, but he's effective enough communicating. They get the
Hey,
votes.
I'm not denying the communication side.
Yeah, and that's a problem, I'd say, because if you're sitting there going, you'd have had to concede the same thing in about the year 2000 as well, wouldn't you?
Oh, you mean you charge it?
20 for the last 25 years. If you were talking about best communicators in British politics, would the top 5 names have changed in the last 25 years?
Shocking, ain't it? No, they wouldn't. They haven't.
No. And that's a problem. That is a real problem. And so, yeah, we'll move on from that. But that's the real issue we've got, and that's where a lot of the problems are coming from now.
Yeah.
It's all painful. It'll all be better when my benign dictatorship starts.
Will I be able to get healthcare under your benign dictatorship?
Yeah. But it's. I know people don't like. And I don't mean to get into politics. I'm not sort of getting into politics, but people do know my political positions on things, because I'm always honest. Because frankly, it's just easier than trying to hide it. But the thing is, I think you have to. One of the troubles that we often see today, in a lot of politics, before we move on, is people get very stuck in their tribes, and they presume all the other side are bad, so they don't bother to look at and appeal to the other side. One of the things I find really annoying is when people use populist to decry a policy. It's a populist policy. So you mean it's popular to the public. Does that mean you're not good at communicating your sort of policy, so therefore you're attacking the other policy just because people can actually understand it and are listening to it? How about get it better at communicating your policy, and then you might get people supporting you? Because if your policy truly is better, and you're losing to a bad policy because it's populist, because someone the other side can explain it better than you can, then you can explain yours, then who's really doing their job badly here? I hate it when people use that phrase to undermine, to say things are bad. No, you can say it's a bad policy, but saying it's bad because it's popular, that's basically saying, it's bad because they're better politicians than me. In which case, why are you doing your friggin' job? Or go get better! Rant over, but I just find it annoying.
Half the problems with current UK, where the UK is currently, is because we had bad political operators on one side and good communicators on the other. And so the slightly off-kilter policies won because they could be communicated better.
Yes!
Fleets ran over.
Yeah, and this is the problem. You have good communicators on one side, good thinkers on the other side, and you need both on both frickin' sides! Sorry. And they need to work, and you need some people who are actually good at thinking and at communicating to preferably be the party leaders. Channel, what admirals are the Royal Navy darlings when naming ships? I would say Duncan does fairly well. Have a look at Admiral Duncan. There's a reason it's currently in the fleet. Blake's done fairly well as well over the years.
I'm surprised Hawke hasn't done better, because it's also, it has the kind of coolness thing.
I think because, honestly, Hawke isn't as well known. Even within the Navy, yeah. Hawke isn't as well known.
It's a real pity.
But yeah, Duncan does quite well. I think Duncan does quite well because he's also the most famous Scottish admiral. And so it's a bit of it's a bit of a useful thing politically as well for that as well. What would happen if a lucky hit took out one of the Royal Navy battlecruisers in the Falkland Islands in World War I? If a lucky hit took out one of the battlecruisers in World War there would probably be a lot of investigation as to why and how that happened. There'd be a lot of discussions about why and how that happened. If a lucky hit. But I'm thinking about the guns they were faced. If they got taken out by a one-shot Golden BB, I'm trying to think where that BB would have had to hit on the Invincible class, even from the Scharnhorst and Eisenhower.
I mean, Scharnhorst and Eisenhower are exactly what they were designed to.
Yeah.
They are their perfect predators. Not a fair question. I guess if it's caught in a magazine.
I'm glad.
I would say myself, I think the Invincibles would still win. Even if one of them sunk, I think they still win the fight versus Graf Space Force. But I think it's just it's just going to be.
Yeah, just as a heads up, I barely heard Dan's last transmission, and I'm in the Discord call.
Yes, Dan may want to turn up his gain.
Are you talking over your phone, Dan?
I am using the same headset I've been using pretty much the whole call.
Why have you suddenly gone so quiet? Yeah, Alex, for some reason the rest of us sound really loud and Dan is barely audible.
I've got no idea. I got nothing. Anything better now?
Ugh, bloody. Ugh, got finger. Ugh. Just chip me finger on the side of my desk.
Fleet,
Oh.
look, Fleet, only one of us can afford to be injured at a time. Today it's me, okay? It's me with the mildly bleeding but sorting itself out toe.
Yeah.
I now have the problem that I'm getting slightly deafened by having turned master volume up.
Yeah. Black Horse, how possible was it for the Zukawi to have been at a battle of Zukaku to have been at the Battle of Midway?
Fairly easy from memory. They just need to totally change their doctrine.
She's sunk at the Battle of Lady Gulf, isn't she? Yeah.
But she's the one who is not damaged, but has suffered severe damage to her the air group, isn't she?
Yeah. Yeah. So you need to be able to generate the regenerate the air group.
It should have been easily possible. But in practice, it wouldn't be.
Yeah. It's a great what if though. It's always to me is the Indian Ocean raid. Thanks, Colin Cameron.
I was just rewatching Drax video on that.
Dan, I've just been watching Drax video on, and then lost you.
You're having some severe audio pickup problems.
Yeah. Don't know what's happened. Do you want to? Do you want to leave the call and rejoin? See if that fixes it, because it could be a Discord issue.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll call back in on my
You're now
phone.
getting louder. Are you getting closer or further away from the mic?
I'm using headphones. It's staying the same. I uncrossed my legs. I shouldn't have picked my headphones.
Well, you uncrossed your legs and the volume got louder, so where are the headphones, my man? Are you wearing them in your ears, or where are you wearing them?
I'm wearing them either side of my head.
Chat! Do we believe that he's wearing them on the other side of his head when he uncrosses his legs so we can suddenly hear him? Put in the chat whether you believe Dan or not. Do you believe Dr. Dan is wearing the headphones in his ears?
Anyway.
No, we don't have individual volume. I'm just listening into the. It's just the chat, just the chat.
Yeah,
just
but
the call.
You can boost his volume in the Discord settings. Knight 6831, question 152. If the Shimakaze class were armed with 3 sextuple 21-inch torpedo tubes, what has changed about IJN doctrine that the 21-inch torpedo is chosen over the 24 Type 93 Long Lance? They felt that dealing with the particularly nasty fuel that was in the Type 93 no longer to be worth it?
That sounds about right, yeah.
It's really it's the thing of the nice thing about the long lance is either the range or the speed. The bad thing about the long lance is you're using purified oxygen.
Yep.
They could have had an accident, they could have had an incident, they could have had a misfire. Any number of things could have gone wrong because pure oxygen will react with literally anything.
Yep.
And
thank you, Tima.
And that could have pushed them to say, you know what? This is not worth it. We lose too many personnel. We spend too much on maintenance. We risk too many losses to ships. We are getting rid of this and going back to 21-inch torpedoes, and we'll try and eke as much range as possible out of a 21-inch casing as we possibly can. Anyone else?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm just, looking at the lovely Type 93 torpedo here. It's of course known as the oxygen torpedo, or the Sensor Gairo, and it is a fun thing to getting to working.
Jonathan, I wish that is how that worked. That would make my life so much easier. Unless that is not how that works.
It
would save me so much time in voice training.
I'm not getting into this one. Yeah, I'm not getting into this one.
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
I will leave that to others to touch. Hi, Nightwolf.
Alrighty, Bone Meal Boy. What would NATO have done in response to Soviet use of chemical weapons? Respond in kind or escalate to the nukes?
Escalate to the nukes. That's their policy. Most of the NATO powers don't officially have chemical weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them are
OLXK.
So it basically goes straight to nuke.
OLXK. Why, in your opinion, does China build a fleet of icebreakers? Because China is highly dependent on a massive import of raw materials and wants to maintain access to all corners of the globe for their merchant fleet so that they can continue to receive those materials by any means that Beijing deems necessary.
And of course, there's always the desire, the want to be part of the exploitation of the Arctic, as that opens up.
That's what I just said.
Yes.
I thought we were talking. Oh, never mind. Fleet's losing himself. But what else is new?
And also, I would say with the icebreakers, the advantage to it is also it's some part of their support to Russia. It's a very useful thing to add on to their force as a force multiplier. But saying that, and I do mean this quite honestly when I'm sort of saying this, there are problems for the Chinese trying to keep the Belt and Road going in times of war. You can have. It's far easier to shut it down than it is to try and keep it going. It's going to require a lot of resources, and I mean a lot of resources. And there is an honest scenario where I could see them, especially if things lasted long enough, where they have to let some things go if they want to achieve some of their war aims. Icebreakers, can they be converted into warships? Well, they can be sort of warships. In fact, quite a lot of the Russian and other designs do have some warship capabilities. They can have weapon systems, etc. But the thing is, they don't usually have a lot of space for weapon systems. And more importantly, this is going to sound terrible, but the weapon systems themselves don't always work in the temperatures. So, if you consider during World War II, the Royal Navy and the Russians and the Germans all had issues with ice on their guns, affecting the performance of their weaponry. Imagine the delicate electronics of a missile in a VLS system when you have ice forming on it. So, you have to keep your VLS system air-conditioned at a certain temperature. It has to be kept cool, and it has to be kept warm. So,
but
good luck.
You also have to keep the cell heads free of ice, so that this way they can deploy properly when you hit the medium-sized red button.
Yeah.
Gregory Zirkov, what is the best World War II destroyer in your opinion, Dr. Clarke?
Best World War II destroyer in its opinion. Well, okay, look. The book I've written about was the Tribals, Battles, and Daring, so I'm tempted to say, I'm always going to be tempted to say the Tribals, but it depends which nation you're talking about. If you're talking about needs of Britain, fighting in the Mediterranean, fighting in the Far East, and fighting in Europe, and what it wants to do as destroyers, then the Tribals are a pretty good place to start. If you're talking about for America, well, honestly, the Gearings are pretty darn useful. But it's a case of you've got to think about what the Navy is doing. I'd say the only nation which managed to really muck themselves up, and I would say really managed to muck themselves up destroyer-wise, are probably the Germans. Because they produce these destroyers which are really quite cute in some ways, but are very bad at doing the jobs which they need them to do. And always were going to be bad at doing the jobs they need them to do, because they are building them almost with the idea of... Look, every nation that comes out of World War One has certain hang-ups and certain things they are obsessed with. For the Germans, it was that their destroyers were not powerful enough in gunfights. And that's what the Germans are focused on with their design. Dan, you can unmute yourself, because you weren't crackling away or anything, it's just you were quiet.
You were just quiet.
And I hope I fixed your quietness now, because I increased your volume massively. You're probably not going to...
I didn't realise that.
You're probably going to bust people's ears.
No, you're not. You're not.
Melanie, I will point out that the oxygen of which you're speaking of is merely compressed. This was cryogenic liquid oxygen, if memory serves, on the long lance. That is a particle of a different
yeah,
literally, Mike.
With 1920s and 1930s Japanese technology.
Yeah. Hopefully, Dan is now loud enough. Sorry. Just checking all these things working.
Fleet.
Yes.
It's time. Put your feet to the fire. Is there a ship so ugly that even you can't love it?
Of course. Everyone knows my opinion on this. It's simple. It's obvious. It's so easy that it's not even a difficult question. Long Beach. It's an ugly, disgusting square.
The fact that you think Long Beach is the most hideous ship in existence, but yet you love the Hosh. At least Long Beach has a reason for why it looks a functional form over function reason, or function over form reason for why it looks the way it does.
So does Hosh!
Where Hosh is just a stack of bad decisions resulting in an abomination.
Just a cotton picking minute. I'll not stand for this double standard. Oh, honestly.
It's not a double standard, though, is it?
Oh, yes, it is.
Long Beach has to look the way it does so it can support the spy radar.
Oh, you can't.
Looks the way it does because of a series of extremely bad decisions made by French Navy engineers.
Sure.
Have we assessed
Sure,
how many of
honestly,
those decisions
yeah,
were made
Sure, you can't make
after
this up.
really
Oh.
very boozy luck?
The thing I would say is I have a video coming out on this topic at some point soon, in terms of the leadership decisions which lead to Hosh and lead to the issues there. And I would say this: there is no good engineering reason behind any of the decisions made, not a single one.
Sorry, Melanie.
Dan is now loud but not clear.
Dan was never clear to begin with.
No,
He
that's
was always
no. Dan is a doctor. He speaks how he writes. It's indistinguishable.
I'm the one with good handwriting in the group. Remember, I'm the one who writes the messages in the thank you books and things.
Look, don't take this the wrong
I'm
way, Dan.
deputy.
Yes, you are. You have good handwriting out of a group of naval historians, and you have good handwriting for a medical doctor. That is not setting the bar very high when you consider dysgraphic dyslexic is me. There's Drac,
engineer
who is an engineer.
Drac.
And the other option is Gareth. Gareth the Brit, who basically treats these things, writing them, as always a chance to put in a little joke. And we love him dearly, but he's always putting in a little joke. He's like Doctor Who. He's always looking for the little shop. Gareth is always looking for the little joke.
Yeah. See, Fleet, if Stafford and I are agreeing on something, how out of line do you have to be? If Stafford and Michael are agreeing on something,
it
isn't a moderation action.
The two, what I would call the two people who love most to have a debate about anything in the chat, and will quite happily debate anything for hours, are agreeing. This is worrying.
Speaking of Stafford Thompson, the procurement of Greenland on RN strategy and having a base so close to seal the Icelandic gap. Greenland is not getting purchased by the United States. Congress is not going to fund it. I don't care who's in Congress. Congress is not going to open their wallet that wide.
The interesting thing at the moment is going on is Denmark. Denmark and Greenland have always had this sort of agreement. If Greenland wanted to go independent, Denmark would allow them to. They'd argue it, but it'd be a political discussion. And Greenland is sort of considering independence, and there is a movement there. But I would also argue that there's a lot of issues for Greenland in going independent because Greenland's economy is terrible. Greenland does not have much money there. They do not have much. They have to. They do not. They have a lot of potential. Please don't get me wrong. They have a lot of potential there, but they don't have a lot existing. They don't have a large population. They don't have a lot of the infrastructure they need. There has been investment, but it's not in a great condition. So I think it's a case of it's a potential they could end up going independent, but it's also a potential that let me put it this way. One of the things that you might see and more likely to see is the purchase of basing rights there, and the Americans basing stuff there, which has been a point of discussion. And expanding existing basing facilities. And what you have to sometimes consider is that and I have actually read this. If you've read Trump's books on Art of the Deal and all those things, one thing you will notice is that one of the things he's very good at is he kind of does the same trick as Jackie Fisher. Jackie Fisher will talk the most horrendous, violent things in his way to deter war. And Trump will look like will claim he's going to ask for the moon and then settle for less. And he always was planning on settling for less. But he starts out by asking for a lot so he can concede what he doesn't want to concede and what he doesn't care about.
Are you really trying to compare the idiot in orange to Admiral Fisher?
Yeah, that's insulting to Fisher, but that's just my
No,
opinion on that.
it's a similar methodology. This is the point. Again, this is the point. You've got to sometimes when you're studying the people and what are these people and what they're doing, you have to take away your opinions of them and look at their methodology and how they employ it. And because then you can learn things from it. Why do so many modern politicians study Adolf Hitler? It's because they like his policies or personality? No, because of his communication skills. Because he was actually quite good. He was actually quite good at getting a lot of people to go along with a lot of stupid stuff because of his communication skills. Which is a scary thing to think about because it suggests that there's been a long-running trend of politicians who have good communication skills can manage to get a lot of people on side with a lot of bad ideas.
I mean, that's been going on since literally the invention of democracy. Because I remember learning about that with ancient Athens, particularly after Pericles.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But so the thing is that if you want to be better at communication skills, sometimes you have to study the worst people in history because they were actually good at it because they got people to go along with them doing terrible things.
Yeah.
Frank,
I know. Horrible thought, that ain't it?
Frank Barnwell over on YouTube is asking, is renting such a big deal? Yes, it is, because if you rent your base, if you rent your territory out to Power A, who establishes a military base there, that base is a valid military target for Power B, which is their adversary. So by proxy, you can be drawn into a conflict that you may have otherwise been able to canoodle out of.
But I would say
that base gets attacked.
The fact is, Greenland, thanks to Denmark, is already part of NATO. It's already, to an extent, a target, therefore. It's already got potential bases there, and they've already been having issues with Russians and the Arctic Circle stuff. So, to an extent, the thing is, whilst the Danish do a lot of good duties patrolling there, and I think, honestly, the Americans would be really sorely missed the Danish presence there, because none of Rasmussen and other vessels have been significant assets which are specialists in patrolling that area, whereas the Americans aren't going to be able to build anything to specialise in patrolling that area, so that means there's going to be another task put on the fricketing Burks. Yeah. It'll be interesting.
I would be, as much as the president-elect is known for, in my opinion, doing some very stupid in the long-term policy decisions, I would be absolutely gobsmacked if the United States government took possession by any means of any sizable portion of Greenland.
And I also...
Or Canada. Or the Panama Canal.
I'd say one of the more interesting things we could be looking at is I could say there could be something different with the Diego Garcia deals, because that hasn't yet completely gone through. And that could end up getting changed, mainly because, unfortunately, Mauritius have reopened it to try and get more money and stuff out of it, and the longer it goes on, the negotiations, the closer it gets to Trump being there. And for Trump, if he scuppers that deal, then that's going to make him look like he's going to be more hardline on the other things, which is going to give him the negotiating grounds. And you have to remember, what does he want in Panama? And I've discussed this on other channels. He wants a veto on the Chinese getting control of the Panama Canal. So he doesn't want the Chinese building companies, etc., to be involved in the widening of the canal and those sort of things. He wants that to be American companies. And I would say there's a lot of these issues where I would be... Look, I don't want to sound as if I'm the apologist here, but I am also the only one who's going to argue the other side. So I'm not going to argue it, and I always believe we should argue, but we should have both sides of the debate put forward. I would say, with Trump's position on the Panama Canal and these things, a lot of these statements are about securing better negotiation positions for a future negotiation. It's far easier to go into a negotiation looking hard line and to make concessions when you've been shouting a hard line than it is to go in with a moderate, saying you're going to be a moderate position, and then make concessions, because one position makes you look weak, especially to the American public. And in some respects, the American public, in terms of their politicians, it seems to be quite a large sentiment amongst them, and a cross-party sentiment that their their leaders have looked weak over the last few years on the international stage, which might explain some of the votes for Trump. Now, Alex K, what is your general impression of the new school Junicol concept and its modern interpretations? Okay, so the Junicol concept is the classic idea of trying to get security on the cheap. It's trying to use new technology to achieve something without having to put in the effort and sustainment behind it. And it doesn't work. It never does. It never has. It's one of the reasons why we use whenever people start talking about drone warfare, we all start looking at the Junicol and going, really? The thing is, all these systems build into the weapon systems. They're all used, and that's the thing. People often take a binary approach to these systems. It's either all or nothing. When actually what we should always take is we'll bring the system in, how we use it. How does it fit with the other systems? What capabilities does it give? What can it truly replace versus what can it truly assist? It's like people keep talking to me about how the future of anti-submarine warfare is going to be completely drones in terms of helicopters, and I go, really? So let's put it this way. Let's say I have a crewed helicopter and I have a couple of drones versus I have just 3 drones. What are my operational capabilities now? What do you mean? Well, I could have one of the drones flying around the frigate, helping out with local area issues around the frigate. But I could also send the helicopter off with the drone as its wingman, go off, and they could be acting as a pair separately. So suddenly I get the option of two. I get 2 hunting pairs for 1 frigate, which is more useful for me. Now, you can say, well, you control that all from the frigate. You could do, but that's going to require a lot more communications than having one locally helping out the frigate within laser communication range, so it doesn't get bounced off satellites and doesn't reveal them. It's only in line of sight laser link communication between the frigate and the drone, and the same with the helicopter and the drone. Than it is if I've got satellite communications and other systems going off and pinging away, which can reveal my which whilst they shouldn't reveal my location, are going to require bandwidth, which means I can't use that bandwidth for something else. And they are going to be emissions discharges. So the thing is, when people turn around and go, this is going to take it over, I go, well, it might do long term, over the next 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years, but up to probably the next 50 years, I would expect more you to see uncrewed, crewed partnerships. I'd expect you to see more things like that. So this is the trouble. People are looking for a 0 or 1, a binary sort of scenario where it's either this one or this one, and the odds are it's going to be something in the middle.
All we need to think about now, really, is where it actually all ends up. It's all rather complicated, isn't it, when you think about it? I know. The fleet is full of shocking answers.
It all ends up with the heat death of the sun. I mean,
Universe.
This is one of the things where it is about the journey, because the journey is going to take, as Alex has said, the journey is going to take decades. So it's how do we get there? What kind of things do we need to be looking at? How do we? It's not that we're not building a navy from scratch. We've got all these established assets, which I think the government will be pissed off if we say we're just going to junk them all. So we need to work out how we're going to use those.
But also, you're not going to junk them all, because in the nicest way, the time it's going to take to implement these things, etc., you're going to, it's like when people go, this weapon system's going to be great, and you go, that weapon system's forecast to enter service in 20 years, so we should get rid of this now, because it's going to be utterly obliterated by that, and you sit there and go, no, because that system will work for the next 20 years, and then when that comes in, we'll find something else.
Continuing to dump money into an obsoleted weapon system.
But it's not obsolete.
But it will be in 20 years.
It's not obsolete now and won't be for the next 19 years. We can have the conversation in 20 years' time. Paul from Chicago, why was I not able to find a decent cuppa in London? Oh, that's a big debate, but my mum would tell you that's because in London they've become far too American. They're obsessed with coffee, not tea. Black
Coffee is the world's greatest anti-felony juice. It saves many a coworker's lives. Okay.
So does tea.
So the issue with tea is that it depends how long you brew it for. So this is a you issue. It's what kind of tea are you asking for, and how are you having it?
That is the problem. That is also a problem.
So the point, and you do also need to make sure different teas work with, and different blends work with things like different water. So that's why you have Yorkshire tea and Dorset tea. They are actually slightly different balances to go with the different water hardness and things. And it depends on the size of your mug and what, as well as what you like. Speaking of, I use mugs that are about a pint, a British pint, so just about 500 mils, and I brew them for 6 minutes.
Can I just say there is a very scary thing. Runon and Stafford, you've agreed again on coffee saving people's lives and co-workers' lives. We're having a scary day today. Black Horse.
Matthew,
I switched to tea from coffee because I was drinking so much coffee that I was ending up with really bad GI symptoms. And I find I don't get as many.
Matthew, we're going to be probably reopening up in the next 5
Yeah. Questions be reopened quite soon. Black Horse, what did the British consider to be their largest amphibious assault according to their doctrine, and did D-Day count? D-Day is debated in British doctrine as whether or not it's an amphibious assault or not, but pretty much you're looking at it's always a debate between Torch and Husky, but they had a really big one planned for Singapore and a even bigger one planned for Japan. So that's the thing, is probably Torch or Husky are the ones that actually carried out.
Ryder, I'm going to push back on your point. Coffee does save coworkers' lives. Absolutely. Communication saves domestic.
Tea can facilitate communication because people can sit down and have a cup of tea and chat. Molly Madison, of all the individuals that held flank rank in the Royal Navy at some point from 1935 to 1946, who do you believe history has treated the most unfairly?
Who was the guy in charge at Gibraltar who got fired? And I can't even remember why he got fired, but it was a rubbish reason.
There are lots of them who get that. There are a fair number. I'd say most I'd say most unfairly, because I feel he should have been panned slightly more. Is panned a lot is Cork and Ori. And the fact he isn't panned, but Somerville sometimes gets panned by people I find really annoying. Somerville does have problems. Most of his problems stem from the fact that the man had left the Navy due to illness, had come back to be sort out technical issues, had been roped into being second in command of Dunkirk, and then said, well, you must be healthy because you've done that, so go off and do this and this and this and this and this, and never got a break, and then basically is at the end of his energy levels by the time he gets to the Indian Ocean. So yeah, there's also Harwood, who lots of people pan for what happens later on in his career during World War II, when basically he's never been trained, because that wasn't his service experience, on how to deal with inter-service politics. He's not used to the idea that the others are going to seek to blame their problems on him, and that he has to get in ahead of that. Yeah.
Anyway. Knight 6831, question 151 and a half. Would it be right to think that a purpose-built 33,000 RN carrier based on the G3 would have been Hermes style?
It's hard to say what a
well-
potential.
Well, I can actually give you an idea from what I have now learnt, actually down here have learnt, because I found one of the constructors who was a Royal Navy constructor at the time has retired down here, and I found an interesting one-line description on it that what he calls is the camel-layered carrier idea. Again, this dates from 1918, could only be the Admiral class vessel there, was going to be converted along the lines of Eagle. So you would have ended up with basically an Eagle style conversion on top of an Admiral class hull. So my theory is, if you had a G3 style ship, a G3 ship converted to a carrier, I think it would have been an Eagle style hull. And the reason they were going with the Eagle was because, and this is the wonderful thing, is it was the largest, it was the largest, what they considered the largest height you were able to do practical in a hangar, and they weren't sure how aircraft were going to develop. So that's the thing. Yes,
I'm continuing to agree with Stafford. This concerns me.
What?
Make it stop.
You two have now debated for so long, you have now reached the point where you have started to agree on things.
Uh-huh.
Run. So. Channel.
How big of a sailing hazard would a bank of around 5 to 15 Gyrodoses? Who here knows Pokemon? Because it's not me. I can tell you that much.
I got nothing.
The fact that you knew the fact that he knew it was Pokemon shows you know it, my friend. So I'm going to let you take the lead in this question.
I don't have a clue. The last
Neither do
Pokemon I even remotely played was Let's Go Eevee, and I don't even think I beat a gym in it. I played it for a little bit and then set it aside.
You didn't.
Foxo, Dragon, please help anyone.
How big a hazard?
They're medium to large sized water snakes.
Yeah.
I don't think they're longer than an HGV.
What were we talking about?
Gyarados.
Oh, those things are big. They are, they're about the length of a car and a bit, about the size of a van.
Yeah, they're not going to create 5 to 15 of them. They are going to present a problem for small vessels, which they are bigger than.
Yeah.
But most modern warships would probably cut through them, and most ultra-large crude carriers wouldn't even notice them. It'd be a case of, oh, did we hit something?
Dragon has answered the call. Gyarados is indeed a Pokemon, very sea serpent.
I do feel this is more a random ramblings question, though.
Yeah, I think.
I think
Pokemon
Pokemon is far more of what Fleet likes, and Fleet has done based on RTO. Especially because Fleet
barely know anything about
Fleet
it.
has these core people called Dragon and Foxo. And just like there are certain questions should be directed at Foxo, certain questions should go to Dragon. So Pokemon questions should probably go to Dragon. And also, Girls and Panzer should go to Dragon. But honestly, Fleet probably needs to learn about Girls and Panzer as well. So I would suggest that from now on, Fleet should have a weekly Girls and Panzer question. Like he gets a weekly Battle of Trafalgar question from me. He needs a weekly Girls and Panzer question. Because Fleet needs to build up his knowledge of what his audience is asking for.
It's mainly to Fleet running, screaming.
All right, channel admin time.
Speaking to join the French Foreign Legion, but you know.
We are gonna answer Colin Cameron's question, and then I'm gonna reopen questions. That will have 10 questions in the mag. When we get to 30, I'm going to put a plug back in it. Otherwise, I'm going to pull it. Remember that there is a 90-second cooldown period between individual submissions.
Ooh,
So I'd advise against two-parter questions if you can avoid it. Now, USS Montana. If you put a question in that is longer than the character limit, and then send a message in Discord, I will forward the rest of the question or the body of the question to the appropriate channel when it comes up in the queue. As I said I would do when you first asked the question 2 hours ago.
So basically, if you've got questions longer than one chat, send the full body through to Runon.
Yes.
On the Discord
in
server.
General of the server. Do not
Yeah.
DM me. Do not DM me. Send it in general. I will see it. And I will
DM.
Do not DM him. Do not DM him. Do
I
not.
will block you.
She really
Yeah.
doesn't want to be DM'd.
Do not DM her. Like, do not do it. Ruinon has enough stuff to deal with. I think she needs to not have more stuff to deal with than otherwise.
Thank you. Now I'm agreeing with Fleet.
Now I would say my
The next thing
answer
I'm
for
thinking is that the French naval architects were the greatest naval architects to ever grace God's green earth, and I don't
Say
know.
more.
I'll start drinking tea
Say more.
because
Yeah.
I'll-
Say more. Say more. Say more.
Right. So, Colin Cameron, which of the other ships that were at Trafalgar would you like to have been preserved to sit alongside Victory? Well, we all know there is a certain ship which was preserved for a frigging long time, which didn't get a sit alongside Victory. So,
Honestly,
I'm
I
putting
want
my
one of her
instruction.
opponents.
But I would like HMS Africa to be there.
I'd want one of her opponents.
Not
Heck,
sitting.
so-
No,
so-
not sitting. Well, that's the nicest. Well, what could have been preserved because the 74 that lasted a long time was actually a French-built 74, which was captured at Trafalgar. So
Oh,
it would have
yes,
been
that is.
would have been one of our opponents. But I would like
22.
HMS Africa to be be preserved because it's Africa, and she would have been beautiful, wouldn't she? Riley's agreeing.
Yes, she would have been, but I would like Santissima Trinidad, simply down to the fact that
No.
she was unique.
Oh God, no,
Nah.
no. Not sitting in Portsmouth, not alongside Victory.
Remember, if you do not get a response back from the system, it didn't receive your question.
No,
That's
there's a very simple reason why we wouldn't want Santissima Trinidad sitting in Portsmouth alongside Victory.
26.
Every Nigel Farage-like personality
28.
from one side of the political spectrum, probably from the other side of the political spectrum, would have spent the last
30.
100 or so years complaining that she was bigger than Victory and she was higher than Victory and she was obscuring Victory.
Yeah, possibly.
So,
Although I would
no.
point out that I don't think that side of the spectrum know enough about naval history to actually
They don't need to. They go and visit Portsmouth to give a speech. They'd be complaining that the ship behind them wasn't the right, that people could see wasn't the right one.
Hey, just a bit. Let's not do the other side of this service. They're not. Look, they are many things, but they're not that belligerent. They're not the EDL.
You want to bet?
Yeah, no, they would be that stupid.
And nicest way, there are Conservative Party politicians who would have done that. I know. I've met them and worked with them.
Thank you for your service, I think.
Thank you for your service, Dr. Clarke.
A nicer way. I, as I've said, I have been a Conservative Party borough councillor. I have done that. I have also been someone who has worked on the defence papers and proposals for elections and of multiple parties, because again, it's something which is important for nations. So I don't charge, and I will do it. I will assist any party which wants to come to me for this advice. But the thing is, yeah, there are people believing. Whilst let's put it this way, there are certain issues which will attract the worst on each side, and the worst on a certain side will always seek to surround themselves in the flag and shout about patriotism to hide their other failings, and the worst on a certain other side will tend to. Let me this way: if you're likely to have one group drumming up weird things to do with the NHS, it will usually come from one side of the spectrum, and weird things to do with defence and history, it's going to be the other side of the spectrum as a rule.
Mm-hmm.
As Dan will testify to, because Dan will tell you that sometimes some of the weird stuff he hears coming from the people, from politicians of all sides, it makes him have physical reactions. As I've witnessed him when I've been on trips with him, and he's heard the statements.
Yeah, they need to be kept
Bad
away.
Seneca. Bad.
What did Seneca do?
If my inbox detonates, Seneca, I will figure out where you. I have people who can get me that information.
But
Don't flippity flip flingity fling.
but
Oh,
I need to see a doctor.
Fleet just had a moment there.
okay,
Hmm.
we've answered that one. Wayne's World of Science and Technology. In your opinion, who was the craziest destroyer captain of each navy?
I'm sorry. I think it's a two-way tie between the man who charged a heavy cruiser with a destroyer and rammed it, and the man who charged the Japanese battle line with the destroyer. I think it's got to be a two-way tie.
Yeah, but
'Cause
the
both
trouble is,
those are just-
in the nicest way, there's also the man who charged an Italian battleship in a destroyer.
Yes, but it's not. He
And
had
there's-
backup.
And there's the man who decided to charge 2 German heavy cruisers with a destroyer. Okay, yes, he had 2 more destroyers behind him, but that's still 3 destroyers versus 2 heavy cruisers. And they're escorting destroyers.
I think it would be a fairer question to ask it the other way round. In your opinion, did any of the combatant navies in World War II have a sane destroyer captain,
If they did, they moved them to cruisers as quickly as they physically could.
or could
Yeah.
they at least pass sane down a dark alley with only a brief glimpse?
Knights, why are you DMing me this? No. That's the answer to your question is no.
Oh, there is the thing is, they're all destroyer captains are crazy. Yeah, they all are. They're all crazy.
Do not annoy the Ruinon.
Right, I'm just going to give Raleigh his next food. Now you guys can start on Black Horse's question. That's why you were.
All right,
asking.
Black
What
Horse
do you think?
asks, was there a possibility for the Sean Horse to survive the Battle of the North Cape? And if so, what would the effects be of her survival? She ties down more British assets.
Yeah, she basically she ends up eating a tall boy or something else, or
But
I mean honestly, if she splits if she actually splits attention between her and Tirpitz, then I know this is a bit of a long shot, but she may end up surviving until the end of the war. And at that point, I'm sat here and I'm going. She's
nuked.
just no. But yeah, she might get nuked, but there's also the chance that she's actually pathetic enough, but modern enough that she might get offered to the Russians as a potential asset because she's not powerful enough to be a real threat by herself, and her high pressure machinery is going to be pain for the Russians to operate.
It depends where she is. Also, if she's captured by them, they're going to get her. But
Yeah.
you have to remember there's a reason the Royal Navy... You have to remember, there's a reason... Everyone goes, well, the Americans and Germans are racing for Berlin. Yes. Where's the Royal Navy of Britain racing for? Hanover!
Yep.
Why? That's where the German Navy is! The British are quite honest. The whole time it was going, well, it's the race of Berlin, and Britain and America, and Britain is going to Russia and America. Yeah, go on, race for it, go for it, yeah, race for Berlin. Have fun, German Navy, we're coming for you. It's the whole way through.
Well, no, she'd have to be divided up at the conference because, well, you know, she'd be in Norway, and I doubt she'd leave Norway.
It depends, but there's also it depends on what's happened to her. But it's also there's the fact is that you know if you look at how many things the British pull to get stuff out of Germany before the Americans and Russians get their hands on it, and we often talk about how the Americans were trying to grab stuff out of Germany. There's a reason why the Americans and Russians are running for the personnel to try and get as many of the personnel as they can out of Germany. It's because most of the equipment seems to be disappearing off the Britain rapidly.
Dr. Clarke, are you insinuating that the British government decided to prioritize material research over everything else in the ransacking of the former entities?
Look up a guy called Ian Fleming. You'll find out what he was up to at the end of World War II. He was in charge of the Royal Navy Party, which was trying to go and grab stuff. There were there were 3 Royal Navy parties trying to grab stuff. There were about the same amount of RAF parties, and there was about 6 army parties which were all trying to grab stuff. And that's the ones which were declared publicly and we know about now.
You mean the records haven't accidentally flooded?
I think Steve Clarke might be asking everyone to DM him rather than Runon.
No.
I think that's what he might be saying in the chat.
No,
we do not want to encourage this practice to any of the moderation staff. Take it from... This is not the angle you want to go.
Bad content creator. Bad. Newspaper over the nose.
Okay. Actually,
it is very rare that me and Ruon actually come together.
If you have questions which we don't get to this evening, and you want to make sure Fleet has a chance to answer them tomorrow.
Oh, don't you dare!
Send them
don't you... No. You don't get to put stuff on my extra helpers because your helpers have quite rightfully said we must keep things within the established order.
No, that's because
Dragon... I point out I am not a helper. I'm here entirely to hinder things.
Dragon is actually egging me on with this one because he thinks Fleet needs more questions.
Oh, come on! We have a catch-up ramblings as it is.
Anyway,
so, answer that one.
Dr. Clarke, would you mind asking the next one so this way I can banter with Fleet in a neutral manner?
Well, I'm not sure if it says Fleet because it says do Philip and Runehen yearn for mines.
Do Philip and Runehen yearn for mines. Well, there's no Philip here, so I didn't know who that is.
Well, Philip, do you yearn for the mines?
No, I don't.
Huh. Because I tell you one thing, mines and essentially resource extraction, yeah, the conditions are shit, but pay is great for skilled labor.
Language, and B.
Sorry.
B. You're going to enjoy it. It's going to be a wonderful thing.
No.
It's going to be an absolutely wonderful thing. You're going to enjoy the game. It's going to be a wonderful server.
No. I'm not talking about Minecraft. Do not take my statement for one iota to mean Minecraft.
Yeah.
I'm saying that, like, the billets to go up to northern Alberta or northern Alaska, you spend, like, 3 weeks up there and you make $150K. It's great.
Which then leaves you lots of time to run a server full of Minecrafting.
Oh, for the love of Mike, Ruinon, Ruinon, if you need to run away somewhere, you can come to my server and I will keep you safe. No Minecraft, I promise.
Yeah,
but
but then I have to deal
in the
with
nicest way,
constant
Fleet,
post-ramp
we've already
spam.
worked out you're going to be including. You might even be one of the team leaders because it might be the challenges. Your group might be having to rebuild a hosh in Minecraft.
Can I go out on a limb here and say no?
I want to make a
It's one of Drax's
dark joke
ideas.
here. I want to make an
Or it
Oh.
might actually be
joke.
the Friendly Seaman's idea. I'm not sure. One of them had the idea.
I want to make a joke here that's so
Go on.
dark, it's even darker than jokes about Soviet era Russia and food. I won't because little cousins, but man, do I want to make a dark joke.
Well, thing
Anyway.
is, well, why don't you hold up a piece of paper that's painted black? There, a dark joke. I'll see myself out.
Yeah.
Uh, I'd say I've lost the thread, but I'm not sure I ever have it. How do you think the Imperium would be if, instead of having the cult Mechanicus be afraid of inventions, they embraced new technology without discovering it previously?
They would actually be the dominant force in the galaxy. Instead of just
Yeah.
looking like they're the dominant force in the galaxy. Like the Nids and the Krons would still be problems. They would still be probably even existential level threat problems. But
Well, the problem that you've got is that the Cult Mechanicus was technologically innovating prior to the Horus deciding that the Chaos Gods are pretty neat and you should worship them and something. And then of course you've had the whole the fall of Mars, which lost more human knowledge than lost basically a large chunk of the human knowledge that had been regained in the course of a day. 300 years of heading back towards the light lost in a single day. The Martian Mechanicum that survived the process thoroughly scarred from pushing beyond what they know, because when they did, they encountered something so horrific that it killed all the progress they had made. So there's a reason why it took until Belisarius' call to actually get back on the innovation train. Like
well,
one does not simply make the Imperium innovate just by saying, yes, you will innovate.
I think
Candlelord
you have more of a chance if you have people like Vulcan and Ferrus Manus, who were pushing the engineering boundaries anyway of things with what they were developing. And the thing is, it's almost acceptable for them to innovate because of who they are. It's very difficult. Imagine this argument: someone turning around and go, let's say a nice, a lovely, how do I put this? Someone from the, I'm trying to remember their name now. I've completely lost it. I was about to say it and completely lost it. Inquisition turning around and saying, "I think Vulcan is a heretic because he's investigating this new weapon."
Well, okay, innovation
it'll be a very
isn't.
easy way to end up with a hammer to your head.
I mean, the thing is, innovation isn't banned in the Imperium of Man. What is you don't push the boat out too aggressively. You work around STCs, and for goodness sake, be very careful not to poke the warp.
Yeah, but the problem is knowledge is so siloed and walled, and it's like it's very hard to innovate when no one's educated beyond a barest rudimentary third grade optimistically level.
I know.
And even some of the tech priests would barely have what would be the equivalent of a high school education in 40K. There's a lot of, I know this is how it works, but I don't know why it works that way in 40K versus I know the how and the why of how it works. So, and Inez Morrison, yes, Call was there. Call, I think, was sent off by Gilliman or maybe even the Emperor himself shortly after, during or after the Horus Heresy to go make Primaris. And it took him 10,000 years to do it.
It's
Granted, at the end of that 10,000 years,
it's
he
after
fully
the
functioning army.
it's,
But yeah.
it's after the fall of the Emperor. It's when Gilliman has taken over as the
Regent?
well, not the regent. He's the
Lord Commander of the Imperium.
Yeah, Lord
Regent
Commander.
Regent is a 42nd millennium term.
Yeah. Hello, Big Fluff. What's up? Big Fluff is very. I have a poodle who's very upset about something, so I'm just wondering what he's upset about.
Chandelord, I would point out that the Necron tier, Necrons have the orrery, which just is a Control-Alt-Delete button on any given solar system in the game.
And of course, we are fairly certain that each dynasty has a world ship, but the only reason they aren't using them is because A, they can't all get the command codes together to get the thing to work, and even if they do, they don't want to activate it and fear that the other dynasties will do the same, and then the escalation will be out of control.
Yeah.
It's important to bear in mind that the world ship that the Imperium killed, basically all the other Necron was one of the earliest ones, and because there were barely any dynasties around by that point, they could just go, okay, we are the first dynasties to awaken, we're going to do the funny, because there's no one else around, so we can do this. Whereas nowadays, that would trigger almost all the dynasties going, no, you don't get to have a world ship, that's not... No, we don't like that. We're going to subtly influence the Imperials to come and do funny things to you. Because we can't be seen to be doing it ourselves, obviously.
There is potentiality there. Anyway, let's go to channel. What fast battleship would you say were the best of World War II? Best as in afforded the nation the greatest capability for most of war. I could get myself into so much trouble here. I as much as I think that how to put this politely, the King George V's do fight the whole way through the war, and are fast battleships. But I would say my preferred ships in terms of fast battleships, in terms of what they afford their things through the war, is probably... The trouble is for the Americans is the North Carolina class and the Iowas come in too late.
Yeah. The funniest thing for me is...
The South Dakotas aren't technically fast battleships because they're 27.5 knots, not 28 knot ships.
If you want to talk about the battleships that afforded their nation the greatest set of capabilities and did the most for what they were for the nation in question, then I know this might get me a lot of hate, but I will say it anyway. The Scharnhorsts. Given that they were, for a good period of the conflict, Germany's sole fast capital units, and given they were infinitely more successful than the show ponies, Bismarck and Tirpitz, and they were relatively effective assets, I would point out that...
they were also beaten up by HMS Renowned Solo.
They were, but remember...
We're literally talking about a World War I battle cruiser gave them a bloody nose.
Yes, but I will point out. Yes, but I will point out the criteria was best, as in afforded their nation the greatest capability for most of the war. And given that the Scharnhorsts were capable of and did do things that no other German surface warfare asset could do.
Yeah, that's more a damning indictment of the German surface warfare arm than it is a compliment. That's like saying, you are the least dead of my generals, therefore you are my best general.
Yesn't, but also no.
Can I just issue a warning here? Because I'm slightly distracted because, in a nice way, Fleet, I think tomorrow you might be getting a full lecture from Foxo about the world fleets. And apparently you got some things wrong, so I'm going to be there with popcorn. Foxo, please restrain yourself till I arrive, and we will see what happens. It'll be interesting. I look forward to it. Honestly, Dan will listen.
I mean, to be fair, I can just refuse on the grounds of it's my show. And like, if they want to talk 40k, that's fine. I will just cease talking about 40k. But I know enough about 40k to keep going.
I technically have some 40k stuff upstairs, but I know so little about what they've been doing the last 20 years or so.
I do love Dragon's Warning. Oh, yes, you now also have a fox headed for your location at high speed. And then Foxo chimes in immediately afterward. Fleet, stop talking about 40k, please.
Can I just check?
It's not my fault the setting has changed so much that I don't recognize it in the last 10 years.
Quick.
Steve is offering you a helmet. You might want to accept it. Stafford Thompson, the possibility of expanding the Panama Canal to Super Panamax capacity so the 4-class carriers can traverse with ease and allow for even greater capacities. It's going to be expensive. You can do it, but it's like anything if you do with engineering and science. You can do it, but it ain't going to be cheap. Do you want to pay for it? And that's the thing is, again, you can do anything with a blank check. The question is, are you going to get the blank check? Duke of Petulant, could the UK make a joint LHD project with Canada and Australia? Could a modified Trieste spearhead a Commonwealth-class LHD for all three nations be a contender? Potentially, but if you consider
Australia... Not the worst idea.
No, it's not the worst, but let me just answer the question. Okay? It's not the worst idea, but the trouble is Australia's only just got the Canberra class in service, so they're not going to be looking for anything new soon. They probably do need enough one, but they do need enough one, but then they'd have to find the crew and all the escorts and everything else for it. Canada are currently have it going through the mental revelations, which might well lead to them getting nuclear-powered submarines at this rate with the amount of mental revelations, because they keep trying to square the circle with diesel submarines, and if they can only deal with one major shock to their nervous system in a generation. So it's going to be, if they're going to get one, I hope it's a nuke submarine one, because that would actually give them an Arctic submarine capability. And whilst, yes, the Americans might not have been keen on the idea in the 1980s, the Americans of the 2020s are very keen on the idea. And the ones who weren't keen in the 1980s were basically shown to be stupid then.
Yes.
And Runon, assuming the Littorios survived the war and were given back to Italy intact, no cut barrels or broken equipment are not asked for as reparations, how long would they last in the Cold War? Is that from Runon? That's a forwarded question from about the Littorios.
Oh, that's from Montana. That's not from me. That's from Montana.
Montana, thank you. So Montana, how long would they last? They could probably give you another 30 years. If you were prepared to refit them again, because they're operating in the Mediterranean. That's nice.
And Knight 6831, as Frank Barnwell has pointed out, the water level issues in the Panama Canal system have been corrected by Mother Nature. Additionally, as part of the working around those issues as they were developing, the canal lock system is far more water efficient than it used to be. They save a lot more of their water. Essentially, each charge of water in the lock is used 3 times, I believe.
Yeah.
To move the ships.
And also, they're also building a desalinization plant, as I understand it.
Yeah. I would also point out, we're still on the Littorios question, right?
Yeah.
I would also point out that, let me think, Roma got herself blown to tiny little pieces by Fritz X attack, which sent her to the bottom in spectacular fashion. So that leaves Littorio and Vittorio Veneto. And one of those got its teeth knocked in at Taranto and was then repaired, so isn't in the best of shape going forward.
No, there's also the one they didn't finish. There's also Impero.
Yeah, but she's not going to get finished.
Could do with parts from Littorio.
Stafford, if we give you more than 2 revolutionary crises at a time, you will start breaking out the Geneva Suggestion expanded
Yeah.
it. We
Yeah,
do not want you to break out the Geneva Suggestion Expanded Edition.
Yeah, the thing is, the Italians are in no shape to finish Impero at the end of the war, and to be blunt, the Allies won't want them finishing her. They'd rather them have one battered battleship and one war-worn but still fully functional battleship, rather than one that is almost fresh.
Okay. Yeah, pretty
because
much. I've now found out, don't take this the wrong way, but the same system which was trying to auto make one member of the group quieter has been making everyone else quieter, which might be what was affecting Dan. So I think I fixed that all, hopefully now. Bud Guy tonight, what is your opinion of the supposed 1990s upgrade to the Iowa class to have VLS, to have them about the same number of missiles as the Tychos? Look, if you do have that upgrade, you spend a lot of money on them. That's great. You've got a lot of VLS tubes. Yay, that's helpful. You're also at that point. The question is, would it be cheaper to get another Tycho or to build that? Because I can tell you what the decision was made in the 1990s, even prior to the end of the Cold War. The decision was made it was cheaper to buy another Tycho than to do that. So the question is, why are you doing that? Is it to make the Iowa more survivable in a modern war? In which case, if you are that desperate, you're prepared to spend the money equivalent to building another Tycho to do this to an Iowa, to get those VLS. The question might well be that you might be better to actually build a new battleship.
The costs involved are... Well, first of all, yes, Dr. Clarke is quite right. But I would also point out, building a new battleship is just... Why are you building a new battleship?
Look, there was actually a fairly sensible logistical reasoning going on there, especially for high north operations at the time. There was actually, in the late 1980s, there was an honest consideration of being put into these things because of supporting forces ashore, and because of the value of 16-inch shells, because of the value of the size, the sheer amount of firepower of 16-inch shell, and a modern gun, they were looking at that period, what it could deliver, the level of firepower a modern shell could have brought to place. They're looking at stuff which would have given it an equivalent upgrade to what has been given now with the extended range shells and extended range systems. If you take the same percentage upgrade, you add it to a 16-inch gun, and it's firing, you get a very impressive system, which can provide a lot of fire support. And if you are still considering the sheer mass fights that they are looking at in this period, when they are talking,
yes.
Again, it's about blunting Soviet armored forces. It's about blunting Soviet mass advances in northern Norway, etc., and being able to, and that's the thing. That's where the Iowas had a real advantage. They turn up off northern Norway. It was reckoned that one of them getting there, and you only need one to get there. One getting there could solo blunt the Soviet advance, and that would mean it free up your carriers to concentrate on pushing past into the bastion, and that was the thing. You're now looking at it. The thing is, the argument often is carrier could do this, but a carrier can do this as well. The carrier can do this as well, but if the carrier is doing that, it's not doing something else. And because of your reliance on nuclear carriers and focusing on that, that's reducing your number of carriers to the point at which suddenly you're going, hang on, I might not have the carrier free to do that. Okay, what else can do that? Well, if that's got that advance on those shells, and I've got a 16, I can do that with that, then that makes sense. But realistically, you'd have been far better off restarting the construction. But the interesting thing is, if the Americans had done that then, and had started it, what are the chances that other powers get involved and build them as well?
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it wouldn't be a new battleship. It would be a larger version.
It would be called a battleship. It would be called a battleship or a battlecruiser. It would be. Come on, this is America. We're talking building it. They're going to go for the status, especially at the end of the Cold War. They're especially going for the status in the nicest way. They're going to go for it. They might even call it the new Iowa class for the heritage.
I mean, I mean, but it wouldn't be armed with 16-inch guns. It'd be armed with auto-loading 8-inch guns in probably three single.
They were no Fleet. A nice way. Look at the actual papers. They were talking about 16-inch guns. So in a nicest way, you might go, well, they would be armed with 8-inch guns, and you've got an argument you can make. But the papers are talking about 16-inch guns. They're not talking about 8-inch guns. So you cannot then go. Those papers were wrong. Those are the papers being written and discussed by the people at the time. So you might not agree with them, but that's what they're discussing.
Yes.
So, anything else is making it into Fantasy Fleet, because it's changing it from the spectrum of what they were discussing.
Yes, but the discussions were only basic. Had they actually decided to go through with the proposal, they would have quickly gone, 16-inch guns won't work, 8-inch guns are what we'll go with.
How do you know? You don't know that.
I mean, it's fairly...
Because part of the reason they're looking at a 16-inch gun is the status of the 16-inch gun. And its value, because they've relearned the value of things with the Kirovs and what they've been getting up to.
Oh, yeah, I mean, but I would argue that a ship that's long... If you want the status symbol, wouldn't a ship that's larger than an Iowa dimensionally, with either 3 single or 3 twin auto-loading 8-inch mounts showing up, be just as much of a presence ship, in fact, if not more so, than a Iowa, while being infinitely more capable?
You're forgetting the value of having a gun for which you can put your whole head and body inside of it.
Yes.
I mean...
Fleet, what's more impressive? The 9-barrel ship, which, is auto-loading, but only throws shells that one human, maybe a strongman, Eddie Hall type, can pick up and move around with minimal difficulty, or a ship showing up with 9 guns that are the size of a compact, or the weight of a compact car.
Yeah,
I kind of get what you're saying, but I do.
Look, you are coming this from an efficiency. This is available. We can do this the most sensible way possible. Again, look at the American procurement programs in that time period.
I mean,
we wanted space lasers. We wanted space lasers.
When they look at a large surface combatant, they're looking at an 8-inch cruiser with 2 single auto-loading guns.
But they weren't thinking about as a large surface combatant. They were thinking about something which could literally turn up solo and stop the Soviet advance in northern Norway, with sufficient firepower that a single salvo could bring down a mountain.
Well, not even. Well, I would.
They are not going for a gunboat. They are going for a ship which has got 16-inch guns. That's the key thing you've got to remember. It's not they're going for an efficient design with guns and missiles and things. They are going for something which has got the 18-inch guns. 16-inch guns, sorry.
Yeah.
That's the fundamental difference. It's not about an efficient design that could use 8-inch guns. But then it doesn't have 16-inch guns. So therefore it is not going to be considered in this context. You might consider it for something else and for other roles, and you might end up ultimately, if you pursue the things, deciding that yes, actually you can do that job with the 8-inch gun one, but that is by changing the parameters of what you're looking at.
And Olex, what you're basically talking about when you're talking about these ships is they are, in many ways, as there's a Fox just put, they're sort of monitors. They're basically, their idea is they're mobile artillery ships. They're doing what mass artillery is used for normally. In terms of blunting mass arm attacks and mass movements of forces, and the thing is, the point is made that you need a ship which can fire over mountains and things for northern Norway to start to do it, and that's what they're talking about. That's what they're doing. It's a lot of interesting discussions. But the thing is, whilst Fleet is right, the thing is the 8-inch gun is in the papers, but it's in there as the secondary armament. These ships have more in common with basically.
This runs anathema to everything I've ever heard. This whole concept runs anathema to everything.
You have to remember that we're talking about we're talking about a period where there's a lot of interesting design schools doing a lot of interesting work and interesting studies, and It never happened, basically. But the thing was, you have a design study out there, and I think a friend of mine who's done the research at the group that was doing it, looked at one, and basically it had 16-inch guns and in 2 triple turrets, and it had. I think it was 8-inch guns. 8-inch guns on each side in with 4 twin mounts on either side, and the thing was plus about 160 odd missiles in VLS and the ability to carry helicopters. The thing was a one-ship war zone. Honestly, it was a one-ship war zone. Okay. They do these studies. Sometimes they mean nothing, sometimes they mean something. And the thing is, if you're going for that route, if you actually are going to say, look, right then, we need something to replace these in every certain kind of capability, then unfortunately, you're going to... the US Navy had worked out. It was probably going to have to either go with the 16-inch guns or manage to persuade the government against them. And so they had to design for both possibilities, because there's a chance that the politicians go, but we don't want to drop down for 16-inch guns because it makes our things look small.
Yeah, there is that. Politics.
However, to Jonathan Moon, before we move on, if we wanted to ensure that we would never see this hypothetical new build vessel again see the light of day, we would call it the Montana class.
I mean, if you want to talk about the most cursed thing that would come near this proposal...
The new host class?
No, there was a proposal, I'm sure everyone here is familiar about the concepts for removing the Iowa's rear turret and turning them into quasi-battle carriers, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you know what one fine gentleman proposed doing with that turret?
Wearing it on his head like a giant hat?
No, he proposed building a set of 4 monitors.
I mean, there's board ideas.
The Royal Navy would do it.
Yeah.
I mean, I can think of better ways to waste taxpayer money.
I don't have to think of better ways to waste taxpayer money. I know them.
I've seen the design. It made me want to go. You have not thought about this, have you?
The Americans haven't built a monitor since the 1870s.
And yet,
it's basically an ocean-going 16-inch gun turret with a bunch of 5-inch guns as secondaries. And I'm just thinking, you've not thought about how these ships are going to be used, have you? You've really not given it much thought.
Don't take this wrong way, but it gets even better when you realise that they were looking at... I think the number for these ships was that they were going to be... the plan was there would be at least 6 of them would have to be built.
I know, and I was like, where are you getting the extra guns from? The US can't even forge 16-inch guns in the 1980s.
Yeah, but look, and you have to consider the budgets in the 1980s. That was the one time where the US really did have pretty much. If you look at the value for the dollar, dollar's relative value and all these things, they did almost. The armed forces of the US at that time were literally printing money.
Oh, no, I'm aware of that, but you yourself have said that there are challenges to overcome when it comes to reigniting large gun manufacturing.
Yes, I have, and yes, but those challenges could be overcome with enough money.
How long would it take, though? Would we basically get to the point that we're building these new guns and then the Cold War ends?
You'd probably have gotten the delivery of these ships in about 1995 onwards.
Oh, good lord. Well, they're not going to get delivered then.
No, they probably would have done, because look at them. In a nice way, the ships would have been under production. So the ships would have been finished up there. They would have been built up.
6 monitors sat around thinking, well, what's our role in the modern US Navy? What do we do?
Well, their role in the modern Navy would be quite easy. These would be present ships. In the nicest way, the problem would be coming up about now.
Because
they're
smaller than an Ollie Burke.
They're gonna the ships I'm talking about. I was talking about the ships with the 2 triple turrets and all those things. They were talking about 6 of those, right? So they'd have got into 1995, come into 1995. Let's say 4 had been built. They would have been used as... You could see what they've been used as. They've been used as the present ships when you don't want to send a carrier battle group, but you need to send something more powerful than a Burke. And the problem would be now they'd be reaching 30. They'd be 30 years old, approaching now. So they know they'd be getting rid of them soon, and then the argument will be on how to replace them. Because honestly, they'd be blooming valuable in that presence role. Because let's be honest, whilst a 16-inch gun, you can argue about its effectiveness in a modern battle, what you can't argue about its effectiveness of when a politician walks aboard a ship and sees a gun which is that big and then goes, "You have 6 of these? And look at this shell, it's bigger than you." Whoa.
So the other thing you need to remember with all of these is there is that requirement in the US, I think it's actually in law, about being able to provide the naval gunfire support to the US Marines. So if the US Navy has a couple of those ships that can do that, then they don't have to worry about anything else, and they can keep them in a bit of reserve, they can do all that kind of stuff and forget about it, and it ticks that box, and it's something that people can't beat them over the head with. So it fulfills that need as well.
Yeah. I mean, yes, but also the 5-inch guns on any US ship also.
No, do not fulfill the criteria.
They
Gentlemen,
they changed it.
Let's move on to the next one. And no, they didn't. They abridged it. There's a difference.
One to a fine place. The only thing I will say is that Montana, you know I'm right. You know that the fastest way to make sure a ship never touches ocean is to name it Montana. You know this to be true.
Right.
But
At the suggestion of one of our mods, I'm going to combine both of his questions. Part A, which places would you recommend for a South of tour of naval history? About a 5-day tour. And for a Dutchman that might be headed your way, what caloric compensation would be preferred to meet you with at Portsmouth? Think stroopwafel and bitterball.
Fleet's not exactly sure.
you need a solid day in Portsmouth.
Oh, you need a solid couple of days in Portsmouth.
Yeah.
I think we've already discussed this.
It's still banned from Chatham.
What?
After the raid on the Medway? We wouldn't let a Dutchman in again, would we?
Of course we would. I'm sure they're all right now. They're not planning on...
And you need... I would say you need... To do Cutty Sark and Belfast, you need at least a day.
Plus, there's things like the RAF Museum up in Hendon.
Yeah, but I think, if I remember correctly from earlier chats with Jonathan on Twitch, etc., he's not bringing his car into central London.
No, but that's on the tube. That's on the tube.
Yes, it's on the tube, but I think in nicest way, if you're going to make poor Jonathan go to the RAF Museum in Hendon on the tube, you're going to have to meet him yourself and help him around, because it's going to take one of the Londoners who are in there to get him on the tube safely and navigate him around.
Yeah, I mean, it's up near my parents. Yeah. I used to go all the time as a kid. My parents were so pleased when I got a Blue Peter badge so we could go in for free, because at the time they charged. But no, it is very convenient for a tube station. And I'd probably say it's better than Cutty Sark.
Oh, I like the Cutty Sark.
I like the Cutty Sark, but it's just...
Mainly I like the Cutty Sark because it's next to the Greenwich Maritime Museum, so you can do both. In fact, if you're going to do them and Belfast, that is going to take that is going to take a very full day. Start with Belfast.
Yeah, the Greenwich Maritime Museum is worth doing. I'm not sure it's worth going to
my advice is to start with Belfast, because the restaurants in Greenwich are open later than the ones around Belfast. So you're more likely to get food later on after you finish the day at Greenwich than you are at around Belfast. But also, getting back from Greenwich, you can get back to central London and get to the trains by the Thames the Thames taxis, the river taxis, which are lovely. I like going backwards and forwards on those. Wellington HMQS Wellington. She is a good thing to go around. So is good to go around, but as someone who has taken a lot of students aboard and various other things aboard her, even in the middle of lectures, taking out and going, right then, as you all know, not sure what a sloop is, we're going down to look one. What do you mean? Follow me. It was always it was a very interesting thing that I ended up gathering professors behind, following on, going, why is there a whole group of about 200 students following Alex? Let's go see where they're going. And just walked aboard the ship, and That was the point at which the professors realised I knew the people aboard well enough that I could do that without telling them in advance I was bringing several hundred students to visit them. And then they went, "Oh, you've made good friends then." Yes. They were lovely people. They very kindly then gave my students all some tea and biscuits while we were talking it through, and I was showing them around the sloop. It's a lovely thing to do, but it does require giving them a heads up that you're coming if you want to have a proper tour. You can only get away with what I did if you have been going there quite regularly and have managed to bribe them with sufficient amounts of cake.
Alrighty.
Right then, Mark Harkness.
Japan gets a 10-10-7 ratio at Washington, meaning 20 for the UK, 20 for the US, and 14 for Japan. What are the extra ships for each respective nation?
Oh, the Royal Navy's getting basically probably US and Japan are completing more of their 16-inch ships, and the Royal Navy's getting to build more of their whatever they build instead of Nelson and Rodney. And the thing is, they might get allocation of 4 at this point, and that might lead to a very interesting scenario because it might lead to 2 F3s and 2 of the Nelrods. So you might get the Nelrods built as they are as the ultimate dreadnoughts, and you might get 2 F3s built as well. To up their speed force, because the Royal Navy might divide it rather, or alternatively they cut the difference and they build 4 ships which are literally 35,000 tons standard displacement rather than 33,200 tons standard displacement, and are actually 28 knot 16-inch gun ships.
If you excuse me, I'm just going to go to my happy place about that. The thought of that. That would be so lovely.
Yeah.
I love the Nelson and Rodney. I particularly love the Rodney, but because Nelson has a habit of running into things and getting bits blown up. But it's too slow to keep up.
Whereas if they're suddenly, it's if they're suddenly that fast, then they have a really interesting capability. You also have the fact that that's probably going to affect the carrier design as well, because if that's now 10-10-7 ratio for aircraft carriers, then you have just made it a very different scenario for carrier procurement, and suddenly aircraft carriers are going to be a very interesting system. If you've got Britain and America both building 10 aircraft carriers, and I would get to 10, especially when you consider their tonnage limit is 27 would be 270,000 tons worth of carrier. On 270,000 tons, the British, ideally, knowing they need the carriers, how many carriers they need, will probably work that out and go, right then, so we need, the number of carriers we need, the number of carriers the Americans need, etc. The British, it's going to change things quite a lot. The British probably get a lot more carriers, and as do the Americans in the interwar period, and the Japanese, and that's going to change things as the approach to World War II.
Remember, the more carriers you have, the more argument you have for the carrier aviation and things.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay, so look, there's a discussion going on between Alex K and Kalman Gasberg about gunnery fire control. You don't park ships off the shore anymore and do bombardment from a fixed position, but you never really did that. In the nicest way, you didn't even do that in World War II. They weren't really parking, they were still manoeuvring a bit, etc. The thing is that, yes, that's the enemy can fire back at you, but the enemy could fire back at you in World War II. The enemy always could fire back at you. There has been an idea for a long time that there was this mythical time where you can fire and all those things, but and again,
I draw your attention to Nelson's comment. It's
guns.
The ships are full to support.
The guns aren't a primary armament, but they are a very useful armament. They aren't necessarily a primary armament for anti-ship, but they could well be the primary anti-land target armament and the primary system which you want to use for a game. Because again, I know there's people go relatively cheap missiles versus shells. Shells usually work out cheaper than missiles. In fact, pretty much always work out cheaper than missiles. It's very difficult to make a shell more expensive than a missile in terms of equivalent firepower and violence. But the thing is, the missile will usually have longer range. Now that's useful, but that can be also expensive when you're adding in a precision. So the thing is, if you want to fire, if you are going to say a target, well, this target is going to be within, let's say, 100 miles of us, and we are going to need 200 hits to 250 hits to disable it. Well, that could well be within the extended range of a 16-inch gun. In which case, it would work out better to be firing a salvo, a 9 shells a time, and reloading and cycling into. You can fire 2 a minute. That means you're firing 18 a minute, and that basically gets you through you fired off your 250 in let's say 13 minutes, and that's the thing you can do, or firing, and that's then the attack. But if you want to go longer than that and you need less, well, then it's probably the missile which works out better than the airstrike. And this is always the case. All these things are, yes, what scenario are we building for? What scenario is this going to work for? What scenario are we worried about? And they all have it's one of the reasons why I often don't like getting into the argument of this system is better than that system, because it is, but it's for this scenario. For another scenario, the other system might work out the more sensible option. And again, there's the whole diplomacy stuff beforehand, where missiles, as dangerous as they are, they're sitting in a box in a VLS tube, and people can't see them, whereas the 16-inch gun they can see. And I hate to say this, but people making decisions are usually quite visual creatures. The big gun they will be more scared of than the missile, despite the fact that on paper, and everyone knows who knows anything about it, knows the missile is far more dangerous. But the big gun is what they're going to see. Well, yeah, you can still do that. Look, in the nicest way, missiles and guns have been outranging and all things. And the gun, one of the things that people often forget about the guns on shore batteries is they often outrange the guns on ships, because the guns on shore batteries can be raised to a higher angle, so can achieve a greater parabolic arch than the ones on ships normally.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So it's the case of it's always been a thing, but the advantage of the ship has always been it's able to maneuver, and it's always been able to come as part of a whole wider force and a wider structure, and that's the thing. And as I said, if we look at it, people go, well, missiles, but then you go, well, hang on, your battleship could also have armor. It will have its own self-defense weapons. It's kind of like when we talk about carriers. So often is the carrier versus the system. And you go, what about the carrier air group? What about the ships in the task group? It's not... The carrier is part of an overall force I'm projecting. I'm not just projecting the carrier on its own. And it's the same with a battleship in that scenario, or any ship providing large gunfire support. It's being projected as part of a group. It's not going to be on its own. It's not this is the one-stop solution. It's part of the overall force and connectivity you're going to bring. And, yeah. But also, and actually, interesting enough on the Excalibur shell stuff, there has been a lot of discussion about them, but most of the problems that they've come down are if one of the comments which I did find fun about when I was reading reports on that stuff, and this is the public reports, is if the shells had had more space for better protection, they would have been better. So shielding of electronics, etc. So again, a 16-inch shell would have had a lot more space for shielding.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing.
And still have lots of space for boom.
Yes, lots and lots of space for boom. Now, can someone else... I can't reach my next question button, so can someone else do the next question button? And we'll also do the LXK's question. Battleships were a small superstructure, Gangot style. Pros, cons. Why did it fail, and why almost none built such battleships past 1920s? Because of what they expected to do.
Style.
Oh,
Sorry,
good lord.
anyone else want to do the Gangnam style dance?
Oh,
me?
Yeah.
Don't look at me, Chief.
Uh,
I'm not a good singer.
Oleg, I would just say the nicest way, Olex, and this actually does feed into this answer. You're doing the whole or nothing argument again. Why does the ship only have to have the main have to have 16-inch guns? Why can't it have missiles as well? Why can't it have other systems as well? That's often the question and the scenario you have to sort of put through. It can have a mixed armament. You don't have to have one or the other. You can mix it in. I'd also say the 16-inch guns, we're not talking about it being a main armament in terms of anti-ship capabilities, although it would have an anti-ship capability, so it's always useful. We're talking as something which is a useful asset for putting a lot of high explosive down on a target a long way away when you need it. Now, and the thing is, it's the need to put that high explosives down a long way away from you, which is why the whole small superstructure stuff for the Gangut's doesn't promulgate on. Because one of the best advantages of superstructure, etc., in that period I could give you, was height, which can, of course, make the distance to the horizon as further as possible. And whilst your eyes are your number one targeting mechanism and your number one spotting mechanism, you need to be as high as possible. Now, also, I would say the other thing is the Gangut's are very much Baltic ships, and the moment you're looking at fighting somewhere where you want to fight beyond that, you're going to be looking at more of a superstructure. You need the space. You need the space for the crew to do things. You need the space for the staff to do things, the admirals to do things. Gangut's work, and the Dante Alighieri's and the other Italian ships of that period work, but there's a reason why they evolved the way they do. Because
like the
Gangut's
are born. Yeah, the Gangut's are born out of. Like the Gangut's design is born also out of the Russian experience during the Russo-Japanese War. Like, they saw how their fleet burnt, how the superstructure. Well, you get the point.
Yeah.
That's why they said no. Superstructure, no, minimal, minimal. Anything more than literally nothing is just asking to get our teeth blown off.
Oh, good lord. Oh, fudge. You do get yourself into some interesting places, doggy.
All right. Moving on swiftly.
Next question, please. Up on the up in the display.
Matthew Blarians, did the British Empire ever operate a system similar to U.S. combatant commanders?
I don't really know what the US combatant commands are. I mean, you had things like the Rear Admiral destroyers, you had the Rear Admiral aircraft carriers. So I guess that would be what we're talking about.
I think they're talking about the combat theatre command structure, are they? I'm talking about a theatre command structure where you have, central command and all these things. Because the Royal Navy has that sort of, and there's sort of things in later periods, but you have to remember it was fighting in a very different era, where you'd often appoint the commander for the situation and for the job. So you'd have, and maybe the Commander-in-Chief India would normally have quite a, sort of, be quite senior, etc. But yeah, it's also a thing of, how do I put this? One of the interesting things about modern communications and modern joined-up warfare is it requires a lot more coordination. In that period, by the time ground forces joined up with the sea forces, they'd have a chain of command worked out. But for most of the periods, the senior person on the station is just going to be the Rear Admiral of the Navy, or the Admiral of the Navy, because, well, there's no one else out there, and those are his ships. And Lord help anyone else trying to give them orders.
Naval.
Yes.
But
what percentage of GDP should be a defense budget be both peace and war? How long is a piece of string? In wartime, you need the amount of money you need. You need to get as much as you can, usually, for the war you're fighting. In peacetime, I don't like using percentage of GDP as the arbitrary of spending. Some people do like this, but I like to say it goes, what are your needs? What's the nation need? Because sometimes you can, if you can go, we should be spending this much, and they procure stupid things so they reach that percentage. Or in UK's case, they add in the cost of pensions and maintaining war graves so they can achieve the required percentage. But there's also the case of, well, you know, what you should spend, what you need to spend as a nation. The amount you probably need to spend if you are as a percentage, if you're Ireland, where you basically, let's be honest, Ireland has NATO wider and Britain right next to it, and anyone who's going to go for Ireland usually is going to have to deal with those first, because they don't want anything happen to NATO to Ireland, so Ireland can sort of ride off that one. And there's a few other countries in the Caribbean which are sort of in a similar situation. And you could argue Canada, to an extent, usually relies on the fact that the Americans will not let much happen to them, so they can afford to be a little bit sneaky on defense matters, save some money government spending. You should spend what you need to spend for your own security, basically, is my view. And you need to have a constant discussion about what you need to spend. But you also have to have a long-term and a short-term plan for that. You are going to turn into a tubby fluff if you keep demanding bickies. You are going to turn into a tubby fluff. Have you eaten your dinner? You have eaten your dinner. Okay. So yeah, look, I would normally make the case in the UK our spending should be increased, and I would normally quite happily go, we should be somewhere north of 3%. The reason I'll make that case is because we should be spending a lot more than we are spending. But I also don't like doing that, because usually that when I'm making it as a political argument, and I do realise I'm making a political argument, and it's an absolutely terrible argument. But it's effective because it's easy to put forward. It's an extra penny in the pound of government spend, extra penny in the pound sort of thing. Honestly, it's there have been all sorts of stupid decisions made over the years to try and save some money. Stop giving him ideas, everyone. He has enough of his own. Please stop giving him ideas. Potential teething issues. The Royal Canadian Navy will have to constructing the Type 26s now that the APVs have finished and ways of minimising. They shouldn't have too many. From staff, they shouldn't have too many issues. They'll have issues. Don't get me wrong. They will have issues, but to the extent the British are far enough along, the Australians are far enough along, that the Canadians who've been paying a lot of attention are going to benefit from that. They're probably going to have their own issues, but they're not going to be the same issues. And they have warmed up their industry with the AOPVs.
Jonathan Moon over on Twitch is saying that you need to go on about with the pooch.
Hmm?
Oh, that's interesting.
To be fair, and I'm not going to say this too much out loud because this will give him ideas. He's going to get another one today. He already has them. I have to do at the moment as part of my own recovery from pneumonia. I'm doing about an hour and a half's on my own every day, and at least a 40-minute one with him each day. The reason he's not getting the full length one as I get, the hour and a half one I do, is because the 40-minute one goes around a nice circle and it's not far from home, and the hour and a half one goes far enough away that if something happens and I'm still not fully recovered, and something happens and then I also have the complication of having him with me, and I don't want him to get into trouble because of me. So I do the 41 is twice around a circuit, which is very close to the house. So if there's any problems, someone can come from the house quite quickly to get to me. The hour and a half one is a far longer one where I walk literally to the sea and back, and it's lovely. But that's my basic, roughly 2 hours of that, and plus I'm starting to go through the gym. But currently I can do about 20 minutes on the bike before I collapse, and I used to do an hour and a half, which is annoying. That's the joy of pneumonia, recovering from pneumonia though. And I still have to explain to one of my friends, because he still doesn't seem to understand, that the reason I wasn't able to attend his wedding was I was in hospital with double pneumonia. And I realise he's upset about it, and I have been trying, but doesn't seem to understand it. I would have far preferred to be at his wedding than waiting doing it where I was. As Dan will testify to, I was not a good patient. I did not want to be there. I was there because I had to be. And nicest way, Dan was the one who had to come and basically tell them what to do, so I got the right treatment. Yeah, Dan was lovely. Dan gets all the credit. I get told off for being a bad patient. Knight 6831.
Oh dear.
Wouldn't it be accurate to say that most of the paper ship designs that British have are based on plausible reality and not fantasy like you see in the Germans or Soviet? I wouldn't say the Germans and Soviets are fantasy. The German Soviets these are things we could maybe do if we have the money and the time and the information. And the British ones, the reason the British ones are more plausible is because the British actually have more industry and actually have the ability to produce them. And that does, it's going to sound strange. Once you start building something, it's amazing how quickly your ideas turn from amazing and futuristic into very conservative. Once you're actually trying to build it. Because you start to de-risk the plan.
Mm-hmm.
It's like with the Scharnhorst and Knives now, a good example of de-risking is going with the triple 11-inch guns. It's de-risking.
Yep.
Because, yeah, if it fails, a capital ship which turns out to be useless is worse than is far worse to deal with than a capital ship which is not as good as you would have liked it to be.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the long and short of it. It really is that simple, funnily enough.
Ethan Young, I contracted double pneumonia myself on in basic training as an army reservist. Took me out for an entire month. I was basically out for an entire month, but it's taken me ages to get back to full health. I would say possibly not helped by the fact of moving house. I would say that causes significant disruption to things.
There's also the point that you're in your 30s, not your 20s, or even your teens. So it's slightly longer a recovery.
Yeah. I would definitely not recommend it. I would give it 1 star out of 5. I would not recommend and not suggest going again.
They don't even give you the good drugs.
Mm.
They don't even give you the good.
I know. And although you could, to my mind, and I'm not going to ask Dan to comment on this. I think you realize the doctors realize they've mucked up when they're prescribing you more antibiotics than you know.
I'm not sure you need it, but yeah.
Yes, and when Dan is having the discussion with them, we're going, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? It's fun to watch.
Please cease your existence.
It's when I go, what guideline are you following? And do you understand how these drugs work? What's magical about giving it through that route then? Why do you think it's magically better if you give it through a drip?
Yeah.
Did you have a? Are you sure you want to give the patient 10,000 grams of?
No. Dan was just being a very good Dan, and I was getting out there as quickly as I could possibly could.
Oh, also, Fleet. I believe Foxo has released that it is her birthday tomorrow. And,
oh dear. Oh dear.
She
Fleet's
intends to be present for ramblings.
Fleet's in trouble, ain't he?
Yep.
You cannot you cannot do anything to the birthday girl. If you do, you will be forever damned.
Now listen here.
Look, Fleet, even I know this. In nice way, if you mess with a birthday girl, you get into trouble. Speaking of someone who's the only boy in 40 Cousins, you will not live. You will not live through this. The birthday girl, whatever she says, it's kind of the only level beyond the birthday girl is the bride. Okay. Those are phrases which you do not mess with, and the only one beyond the bride is expectant mother giving birth. In this way, if they say they want something, they get it, and you do not dispute it.
Can I get a rate check on that?
Anyone here in the chat disagree with that assessment? Anyone in the chat disagree with that? It goes birthday girl, bride, expectant mother giving birth. You do not in order of the worst things for you to try and disagree with. No. So if you agree with this, just say so in the chat so Fleet understands the way things go before Fleet ends up causing himself to be forever damned.
I know where I stand, sort of.
Currently under the thumb of a fox, I think.
Lines
Oh,
is saying
come on, Steve. He's not that bad.
Lines is adding Mother of the Bride into that list. Yeah, I would say just below Birthday Girl is Mother of the Bride. Steve, that's girl.
Steve,
That's girl.
Fleet's not that bad. He might be bad, but he's not that bad.
Foxo, don't worry, it's your 22nd, not your 21st. Still, happy birthday for tomorrow, and yeah, 22nd is still... Yeah.
Whoa, Dr. Clarke. No, you've forgotten the number one rule.
What?
It's always a woman's 21st birthday.
I'm repeating exactly what Foxo said. I have to be...
Yeah.
No.
In my family, they never get older than 21, but I know at least two families where they cut off the age at 24. So I always respect exactly what I'm told. And I repeat exactly what I'm told. In Dragon, in 2000, if the town class were built with the 16 6-inch guns, how would they differ in service to in real life? What might this change their post-war service? The more interesting thing is if they get 16 and 6-inch guns, then the free turret crown colonies probably get 12 16-inch guns, because they get free quadruple turrets. The interesting thing is, how will they differ in service? Probably not much, because they're still it's going to be Belfast and Edinburgh. The more scary thing is, whilst they're going to have an individually slightly slower rate of fire for the guns, of course they're going to have 16 rather than 12, so that is going to bring up their amount of shells just a tad. Historically, it was decided to not be enough for it to be worth it. Overall, they felt the rate of fire of the individual guns was better than, the other things, but the thing is, with 16, you're going to have that capability. And that might well change some things going on. It might change the way they approach things like automation of guns, etc. So we'll see. We'll see. Foxo's family stops at 22. So remember that, Fleet. Okay?
Oh, okay, 23.
22. 22.
Right.
Foxo will never be older than 22.
I see.
Because 21 is when they max the credit card on spirits, apparently. Which is something I do not encourage my little cousins to do.
Indeed.
No.
Now,
really
Warhammer, however...
But the reason I don't is because my little cousins are
Warhammer is forever.
My little cousins are half Scottish, half Cornish. You might max the credit card, but you have to max several people's credit cards in order to get enough for you to be happy. And that's just expensive to pay back. You don't want to do that.
No, it's expensive. It's bad. That's bad. That's bad.
Take that from the cousin who doesn't drink and who's usually the one who's called up to pick you up from wherever you are.
I'm doing dry January, so for once I am sharing Dr. Clarke's sobriety. But don't worry, Drunk Fleet will return in February.
You need a whole month just to not drink?
Yeah.
No, I know. I need a whole month of just not drinking, where I have decided I'm not going to drink.
It's how it's how your liver recovers from Christmas and New Year in the UK.
To be fair, I didn't actually drink that much. I'm not even kidding. I did not actually drink.
I just don't drink. But at any rate, going on to Molly Madison's next question: if the resources expanded in the conquest of Crete were instead diverted to taking Malta, would this operation go as horribly wrong as I think?
Yes.
Yeah.
Malta's one of those situations where there is the theoretical possibility of success, but the practical reality doesn't stand up to scrutiny.
Just no, do not. I've done enough videos where I've shown the picture of the island of Malta and gone, so where do you want to land here exactly? How do you
Ironically
think
enough-
Crete's bad? Malta will kill you. Malta will kill you.
Ironically enough, the best place to land as a parachutist in Malta is honestly enough in the urban areas. At least that way, some of the things you're liable to land on have surfaces that are perhaps slightly even.
But the trouble is, then you run into the grandmas of Malta.
Yeah,
no,
no,
I
but
think
it's a choice between.
if you're parachuting into Malta to attack Malta, I think the safest place to land is probably in the water, because you will probably then encounter. There is a good chance that it will be somebody from the Royal Navy who will fish you out and who will honour the Geneva Convention, as opposed to the Maltese. All the Maltese landscape, neither of whom will show any mercy.
No, they just
whatsoever.
won't. They just won't. Maltese grandmas are especially renowned throughout history for not showing mercy to their opponents.
They will be as bad as the Cretans were, except the defence infrastructure is actually in place there, which it wasn't on Crete.
And the command structure is sorted out, and it's been sorted out and it's been left in place, and it hasn't been changed around because Winston Churchill thinks an army general must be better than a marine general at commanding land forces.
And likes him because he's got a VC, and fails to notice that he just about does as a division commander. He really doesn't do well when he's given anything to him.
No, the thing is, more it's a case of, in a nice way, he's dropped in without enough time to prepare, whereas the Marine General's been there for ages and organised, and things are slotting into his plans, and then suddenly you change it out, you send all the staff away, and so this guy is now trying to concoct everything, and he has no idea what the guy did previously, and is trying to reinvent the wheel for the defensive plan and move everything around, and it's just it's just not good. It shouldn't happen to. Steve, the Maltese aren't Canadians in disguise, because the thing is, there aren't enough survivors afterwards for people to get enough notes to write the additions onto the Geneva Convention from what the Maltese did. There are survivors from what the Canadians did to write it, to give notes for people to write it down. There aren't from what the Maltese did.
I loved going there.
It's kind of like what happened to the German forces in southern Italy when they tried to take over the whole of Italy.
There was 2 battalions of Germans that suddenly disappeared, and nobody quite knows where they went.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird that they just disappeared and no one knows what happened to them. But there were possibly some wells that people stopped using for a while.
Anyway, Chandelord Chandel, what is the worst performing ship that you find absolutely gorgeous?
Hosh.
German.
No, sorry. Hosh. Because she wasn't the best battleship in the world, but she's still gorgeous.
Wasn't the best? I feel wasn't the best is doing a lot of work here. Wasn't the best is doing a lot of effort. It's carrying a very heavy load. A very heavy load.
Stafford asked earlier if you hadn't been drinking because you still have Hosh eyes. Stafford, I don't think it's an intoxication issue. I think it's some sort of congenital brain formation, maybe lingering head trauma or something.
Hence my proposal to do the biopsies. I mean, I'm planning on sending them the thing.
Foxo is warming up for tomorrow, and Raptor, you are quite right. Maltese grannies are not a formal military formation, so technically Geneva should not apply to them. But I would say technically is doing a lot of work here. And to be fair, the governments who are technically responsible for those grandmas might well be asked to explain what they did.
Possibly.
Or rather, allow them to do it. Or there again, though, the governments might well go round the line of, you saw what they did. Do you think we want to get involved between them and their prey?
Probably not.
Yeah, it's kind of like...
We like our limbs where they are.
Yeah, just a bit.
Have you met these grannies? You really expect us to try and stop them? We only have, tanks, thermonuclear weapons, battleships.
Look,
there's no chance we're going to stop them.
I will always say, I always
No.
remember my own grandma, who still liked to use one of the old Wrangler sort of drying hand drying systems. She'd rather than using a washer dryer. She'd use the washing machine, but she'd like to do the hand drying when they did it. She used to do hand washing. She was strong, okay? That thing, she'd grown up with daughters, multiple cousins coming round, all the things doing washing for them. She would be doing the washing every day. She'd also be cooking. She'd be gardening. She'd be doing... That lady was tough. That lady I watched once, pick up the... what are they called? The things which you put the stuff into... They're rollers you put the clothes into to help squeeze them dry. Mangles, yeah. Yeah, mangle. She'd pick up a wrought iron mangle, one-handed, and move it around while she was carrying washing in the other arm. And it was not a light one.
Nope.
That is a lady who's been doing that for probably about 50 years at that point. Say 50, 60 years. Yeah. It's kind of like when people make fun of the Home Guard, and you do realise the Home Guard in Britain were mostly World War I veterans who were told to defend their grandchildren from the enemy who they developed PTSD fighting in World War I. They are not people who are going to give in, and they're not people you want to laugh at. They're going to cause you damage. They're going to give everything to stop you getting to their grandkids. Because as far as they're concerned, they've lived their lives, their grandkids have got them ahead of them, their wives are getting their grandkids and maybe their daughters and daughters-in-law away, and their children, and they are holding the line. Those are men who will not give 1 inch while they draw an iota of breath. With their grandmas, it's the same thing, in the nicest way, that you get past them, you get to their grandkids. They will have frying pans, they will have everything they have, and they will know the lay of the land. You might land on that roof and think you're fine, but your next thing is to go down into that house, into their territory. Good luck. You're solo.
Right. It has come to
11 o'clock. If you need to go,
I've got to go. I have to go, sadly.
Anyone needs to go, please go. I'll answer these questions and maybe I'll answer a few more before midnight. It depends.
I have to,
Yeah,
I have to go now. My planet needs me. Beam me up, Scotty.
Wait, that explains he's an alien. That explains so much about why he finds the host attractive.
Mm-hmm.
All I know is that if he's an alien species, the Emperor might be right.
Yeah. Well, or he's a mutant, in which case, kill the abomination. Yeah.
The fact that Foxo has just said those grannies, meat's back on the menu, dear.
Given the stuff they seem to like to eat, that would be. Yeah, cool. Been lovely, and I will catch y'all later.
All right. Take care, Dan. Safe work, Joel.
Or something like that. Yeah. Sometimes not.
Seneca Nero, what is the most interesting question you ever got in Bruships? Interesting as in weird.
I'm going to go for any question which results in the answer being Hosh in a positive way.
Yeah. Or the hyper-specific, why don't you just look up the report questions we get from time to time to time?
Yeah, those aren't necessarily weird. Those are just, okay, and I've now got to go hunt the report myself questions, which are a case of, okay, There's going to be only so much I'm going to remember off the top of my head. I'm going to have to go hunt down the report, and that's usually when you see me clicking away on the computer quickly to get it up. So usually when I see those questions coming, I automatically just go and start clicking into the system which I have to access the reports. The store I pay for. I did love my accountant's comment, which was, you pay a lot of money for access to databases every month. And I go, yeah, I have to for my various jobs. Could you, combine those at all? And I go, no, because the databases won't talk to each other, so I have to pay for the separate databases. Especially as I'm a contract lecturer, and now universities don't give me access to their databases through those contracts. Now they've changed the system. And how much are you paying? And so, yeah, when we looked in it, was I pay about a good $300 a month for access to various databases. Because I have to for my work. Huh?
I thought it was going to be more.
Yeah, that's sort of figure at the moment. I'm worried what it's going to be when the last university which gives me access to the databases through their library says no. Because we updated our contracts to the university, the national standard. Then I'm probably going to be having to double that.
My condolences.
Yeah, the trouble is the money keeps going. The cost of things keeps going up, but the money coming in, it stays. It's not growing at the same level, or actually sometimes it's actually decreasing because people forget to pay me, and I have to have have arguments with their pay department. Go, you're supposed to pay me this month. Oh no, we think it's next month. No, it's quarterly, and January is the first. No, we've now harmonised across the thing how we pay consultants. Lovely, but I get paid in January. No, we're now paying you in February. But the tax bill comes in January, so you're supposed to pay me in January because I have to pay the tax bill in January.
But hey, profits are record high.
No, and it's not it's not the universities which maintain those systems. It's various interesting companies.
Yeah, I can think of. You have JSTOR, LexisNexis.
Yeah.
Those are the two that I interacted with when I was a college. Those are for law.
And I have a few more.
Yeah. Black Horse, how important was USS Ranger for the outcome
of Operation Torch? She was nice to have. It was nice to have. Did it do much for Operation Torch? Not necessarily, but it was nice to have. It was. If you didn't have her, you'd have wanted something else there, and that would be something else which would be more useful elsewhere. So that's the thing about these ships. Sometimes you get in this argument, people go, well, what's this ship's value? It's better to have this. Well, if you had another Essex class if you had another Yorktown instead of Ranger, and Ranger being another Yorktown, then she'd probably been doing stuff in the Pacific or elsewhere, and you wouldn't have had the carrier there, which was quite useful to have because it gave you more air power and more facilities for the operations. So that's the thing. Sometimes it's good to have these second line assets, or you have to withdraw an aircraft carrier, one of the prior Yorktowns. You have to make the case to withdraw a Yorktown from the Pacific, or withdraw. It's just, yeah.
Colin Cameron, what was the last ship in the RN with a marine control?
That would be probably Vanguard. I'm not sure. I don't know if they maintained it on the cruisers. I'd have to check because I know some. I don't think any of the 6-inch cruisers did, but I think the last one would be Vanguard, but it might actually even be Howe. Because they did some changes post World War II. That would be something I'd have to go and look up because honestly I can't remember, and I don't know which book would discuss it. Because it's just one of those things that happens. Yeah, the nicest way. That I would say on the things about the access to the access to the journals, etc. Their usual argument is, well, you can come into the university to access it if you come in person. And I go, well, I'm an online tech lecturer, and even when I was based in Epsom, you are about a 200 miles round trip from my house to come and look up a journal article. That isn't going to happen. So yeah, it's the online access I need, and they're also getting rid of university email addresses. We just have a standard email address, and then they forward it on to us, and all those things. They're just, yeah.
Steve Clarke. So many of the nation's inner war seem to try to murder. What was the thinking behind this concept, which in hindsight was very flawed? It saved money, allegedly.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Basically, it was the air. The idea was the air was one. The air was indivisible. It's Gilio Duhay, and the whole argument for strategic bombing was the future of warfare. And yeah, it's in the end, it ends up being shown to be completely false. But it's an idea. But the idea is based on aircraft. You know, if you look at what Gilio Duhay was predicting. He was predicting bombers loaded with chemical weapons, which would be loaded with a larger bomb load than we can currently fit on a B-52. Okay, they would carry more weapon systems than the B-52 even carried as large, and he was reckoning those would appear in the late 20s, early 1930s. Renan, you cut out for everyone, but the question was, so many of the nations at interwar seem to be trying to merge their air power into a single force. What was the thinking behind a concept which in the hindsight was very flawed? Quite literally, it saves money, and it's because the future of war, and because apparently the other services wouldn't understand air power, they wouldn't understand engineering. In the UK's case, it's quite simply based on the fact that the Royal Flying Corps fundamentally believed that the Royal Naval Air Service was doing unfair practices by getting getting the contracts and with the companies they were getting. It was only when later on in the war, when they only after they procured it, got control, that they realised that the unfair practice the Royal Naval Air Service had done was ordering spare parts when they were ordering the components. That was it. There was no secret source. They still believed this was the wrong methodology, and they tried to avoid. They continued with their RFC ways right up until they're about halfway into World War II, when they finally conceded it was the right way to go. Sorry, Foxo. Questions currently closed, but we might open them again once we get to the end of this batch.
There are 8 left.
Lions. Why do you think HMS Lioness never got a larger ship named after it, as it's not very dissimilar to HMS Lion? Honestly, it's part of the confusion thing. The Royal Navy, once you get into radio signals and that sort of age, you don't want to have Lion and Lioness, because they can be confused with each other. And so you go with Lion because, let's be honest, they're a load. And at the time they're making a decision, it's a load of blokes. So they're going to pick the male version of it. And also Lion ends up, because of that, having the far more battle honours, so she's higher up the order of precedence to get picked. That's just what happens. Matthew Blends, what are your thoughts on forward presence and given issues with training and maintenance? Is there a better system? Sadly enough, there's not really a better system, but in terms of training and maintenance, forward presence is what you have to do. But the thing is, you need the ships and the crews to be able to do it. You need to actually sustain it. You can't just go, we want to do forward presence. You actually need to be able to sustain numbers. I like the ways that the British are doing it with the River class in terms of the Far East. That's a very good idea. Just wish we had more River class OPVs so we could rotate them around better. And don't worry, it will be open for the questions will be open shortly, because I think there's only about 6 more left in the stock, and we'll go. Do you mind if we go to midnight, Renan?
Yeah, I don't think that's an issue. So that's like 5 to 10 more questions.
Yeah, that's about 45 minutes more. So, how did the Danish ships align compared to other major fleets at their time? They were usually slightly smaller because they were usually based around shallow draft design because they had to fight in both the Baltic and the North Sea, so they had to be able to do both flexibly. Hello. Is it bedtime?
May the odds be ever in your favor.
Name a few obsoleted weapon systems which made gunbacks. Guns. Guns is the best example to do because if you look prior to the Falklands War, there were honestly people predicting there would be no guns on ships anymore, and that's the first batch.
Or guns on aircraft.
For the first couple of batches of Type 22s, again, guns on aircraft as well. There was no need for guns, and guns have made a comeback because again, it's the efficiency thing. It's the efficiency and sustainment thing. And it's just a case of, we need a lot of artillery support to support. We can use precision weapons to support this. Yeah, but that's not going to keep the enemy down. That's not going to provide the mass volume of fire we need for this operation. And it's what's happening again in Ukraine. Because the silent discussion that's not going on is people keep talking about the missile systems. Look at the artillery expenditure going on. Look at the amount of shells being fired. The sheer volume of shells being fired by both sides. Artillery for the win again. We keep talking about drones and all these other cool weapons, and they're great, but artillery is rocking it out there again, as it often does, because, again, at its base point, artillery is incredibly efficient methodology of delivering a high explosive, where you need to deliver it to.
Knight 6831, question 151. Wouldn't it be accurate to say that most of the paper ship... We answered this one.
Yeah, we answered that one.
Chandelor Chandel. Question 101. It is 1923, and Miguel Primo Riviera has appointed you Minister of the Navy with the goal of rebuilding the Navy to 50% Italian Navy. Have fun.
Am I in charge of Spain?
I don't know who that is, so good luck. And I'm going to reopen questions until we get 20 in the mag. And, yeah. May the odds be ever in your favor. Have fun, kiddos.
Okay, so yes, he is the Spanish dictator. So I'm in charge of Spain. I have to get 50% of the Italian Navy. I'm going to cry. Realistically, we should have the fleet here, because he's the one who likes to be the flag bearer for Spain. I'm usually not the flag bearer for Spain. He's had his ears cleaned. And he has eaten all his food. Yeah, but you can go check. What would I do? I've got to start off with infrastructure. I've got to work on the infrastructure, and I've got to start working out who I'm going to be buying stuff from, what I'm going to be buying. With hindsight, you just showing off your t-shirt. Is that all you're doing? You're showing off your t-shirt.
Honestly, that sentiment is very easily
sisters.
I can hear that voice. I recognise that.
That's Runon.
Isn't it what I thought then?
Oh, caramba.
Gorgie.
Sisters.
Gorgie.
Sisters.
Gorgie.
So,
Gorgie.
So basically, gotta start the infrastructure, and I think first things I'm going to do, I've got some fairly decent cruisers, I've got some battleships, I've got some things to start off with. I'm going to start off the infrastructure and investing in what I've got currently, making sure it's working. And then I'm going to start off by being sensible. You buy relationships when you're procuring things, especially when you're procuring from abroad. So, who do I want to buy submarines for? Who do I want relationships with? Italian submarines are pretty good for Mediterranean, so I might as well buy Italian submarines. Probably buy a few of those. They're also one of the few designs which can go in and out through Gibraltar underwater. So yeah, that might as well go for them. The thing is, if I'm building up the force, it's going to sound strange, buying an American design aircraft carrier, which maxes out its aircraft, doesn't really work for me in this scenario, especially as I'm looking at Mediterranean operations. So I'm probably looking at going for the British for a carrier. I'm definitely not going French. No, under no grounds I'm going French. I might go French for some destroyers. logistically, I'm going for a nightmare here, but I'm buying relationships. And probably I'd go cruisers, and I'd go and get some cruisers from the Americans, because I already got some British cruisers. And I've got to think about battleships, and basically, technically, I should be going for a domestic construction, but I need to get that domestic construction supported and sustained by someone, so it's probably going to be Britain, because that's who I went with before, and that's who still's got the yards in my country. So I'll go with Britain for that, and I'll get some British-built battleships. I probably will want 15-inch guns, because that's what the Italians are going to go with. So I want something with 15-inch guns. I probably want something that's about 6 15-inch guns, and I want about 3 of them. Because I want it something sensible. If I can get something with 9 15-inch guns, I will go with that. But the trouble is, if I get 9 15-inch guns, then I've got something which is... basically, if I'm doing it from 1923 and I'm working along this route, I'm going to be basically, by the time I get around to ordering them in about 1930 probably, which is to the end. If I'm ordering them probably in about 1930, that's when De Riviere goes down. So if hopefully I've secured myself position so I don't get put down then when he falls from office. And yeah, basically I will do what I need to do to try and get some new battleships then. But the thing is, if I'm ordering 15-inch gun battleships at that point, that's going to push forward the British 15-inch gun development. And that could well mean that the King George V designs aren't 14-inch gun ships. Molly Madison, following the Malta invasion question, which would be tough enough to crack, Malta or Gibraltar? Malta's a complete island, Gibraltar is an isthmus, but Gibraltar is literally a rock. So, good luck with both. Neither's going to be fun. The main problem you have with Gibraltar is that it's a lot less distance from the Royal Navy to go to come and turn up when you're trying to attack it, because they're coming from the UK. But going for Malta is not good either, because if your fleet's going to be in position supporting forces around Malta while you're trying to land and failing to land, that means the Royal Navy's going to know where you are, and they're going to be able to turn up and attack you at sea quite happily and do carrier strikes and all sorts of nasty things on you. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Dragon, I would not be correcting Foxo today, the mood she's in. I would just be keeping very quiet. If I were you, you're far closer to her than the rest of us, and it's far safer for you. How effective was Dazzle Camouflage? Surprisingly, it was actually quite effective in some ways. It did make it more difficult for submarines to track in at long range and work and just for longer range operations, and that's the whole point. It's supposed to make it more difficult for them to get long range snapshots off. Wouldn't an Admiral class carrier be closer to an Essex size in the size of air wing if you converted them in Eagle style conversion? Given that the RM would have gone with the carriers, the Admirals Essex size. The odds are they end up with an air group of... Me and Drac worked this out once. About 90 aircraft. But the thing is, they probably end up with twin-engined aircraft at a certain point, because the Royal Navy would like the strike range. And the Royal Navy did keep looking at twin-engined aircraft throughout the interwar period. Especially if you consider the long-range tracking aircraft, which was the shadowing aircraft. Was a twin-engine aircraft and all sorts of things. So yeah, that's probably a factor. You know, the Royal Navy's air group size is probably always going to be slightly smaller than the Americans because of what they want to do with it, and also how they account for it. Jonathan Moon, what stopped Lorient from becoming a model for the Zeroff rate ship of the line? Mainly because the Lorient was not actually that great a design, from memory. Let me just look it up. Notes, activate. She's a 118 gun ship of the line. There are already 120 gun ships in the line, so that's really not much of a help. And you know, there'll be others which will be bigger. But mostly she's an Ocean class ship of the line, so she's not going to be in a model because, well, they planned 20, built 15 of them, and she's just one of them. She's, if I'm not mistaken, from memory, but I'm going to check my notes. Is she a part of the first group or the second group? Also, the British did capture the Sans Perel as well, and I think... No, that one wasn't the Sans Perel they captured. They captured another one, the Sans Perel. Ooh, yeah. Originally built as a Dauphin Royal, and therefore was originally... She was renamed the Sans Culotte and then the Orient. She's literally, I think, the third of the first class to be built. And the Royal Navy captured, I think, the first of the class to be built, the Commerce de Marseille, as she was called. And yeah, it's just... The classic case is the fact that the British capture one of these ships in 1793, and they decide it's so great they convert it to a floating prison in 1799. And that's a first rate. So if you capture a first rate of 118 guns, you'd expect it to go, well, this is a very valuable asset. I'll keep this at least in store ready to use. No, they dislike it enough. They go, yeah, we'd prefer you as a prison hulk. There were issues with their design. And honestly, Austerlitz was more of a namesake for the class than the others, really. But yeah, they know it's not even the best of the class, best example of the class, and it's also the one which has some of the most interesting issues. You have to remember, it was built at Toulon, who are always sometimes interesting. Toulon can either do very good ships, or they do a ship which they frankly forget halfway through constructing it. It's kind of like the French Navy. I've produced excellent looking ships, or ships which are frankly abominations. If we had managed the civil sailor in World War II, what would be the scariest of places at the sea for them to be in, and what time? Between 1939 and 1945. At any point, the Arctic. North Atlantic is bad. You have very little chance of survival if you go into the water, but you tend to be in larger convoys. There's more support around, so you have more of a chance of being picked up. If you're in the Arctic, you are beyond help, and you die in that water. Whereas in the Mediterranean, or even the Mediterranean and to some areas in the Pacific, yeah, you have... How do I put this? Chance. You have in the Mediterranean, people go into the water and they claim it's like going into a bath. It's not that cold. It's, you know, they're fine. It's perfectly reasonable temperature. So it's always the Arctic. The answer is always the Arctic. What ratio of land-based strike aircraft in theatre do you need versus an air carrier to effectively deter a carrier group? How do you improve this ratio?
How sensitive to loss is the carrier group?
And also, how capable of the aircraft, etc. And that's, you also have to remember the advantage a strike carrier has is it can be attacking from whatever direction it wants, and the air carrier can be in one place, and the aircraft can attack from a different direction entirely because they can also move. So that's your complication. What realistically you need in terms of strike aircraft is you need something which is a longer range enough strike asset that you can reach out and touch the carrier and find the carrier and hit it before it gets into range of you. So what you need is an aircraft carrier, is enough strike aircraft that you can mount a large enough attack you can overwhelm the carrier battle group. Now that's a mathematical number. But the thing is, what usually happens when you're dealing with, especially when you're talking about this, is people talking about facing off the Americans. What the Americans go is then, well, we'll send a second carrier battle group. So we'll send 2 carriers in a combined battle group. A task force, rather than task group. Well, that then increases your numbers again. And you see, the thing is, there's a certain point at which you run out of space to build heavy bombers and long-range strike aircraft.
And now with the advent of SSGNs, an SSGN can pop off your coast and hit those nice fixed immobile installations and suppress them while the CSG hangs around.
Yeah.
So
This is the point I sort of make, is sometimes it's going, well, okay, so the carrier's not going to maybe doing D+1 D0 strikes when, or isn't maybe the best asset for doing that. Maybe the SGN is the best asset for doing that because it can get close. But the carrier will then be doing D1, D+1, D-Day, D+1, D+2, D+3, because you can sustain those strikes. You can supply those aircraft. You can supply the carrier and rearm those aircraft and get those supplies flowing, which you can't to the VLSGs, which you can't to the SSGN at sea. So you can sustain that force and do sustained combat operations, not just do a strike. And that's the thing. It's people always looking for a one-stop solution to all their problems. And these things aren't available. They never have really been available. It's only been the image it was available. You know, there's the whole idea of these battleships and carriers, they go around the world. On, the battleships went around the world on their own without escorts. And you go, so when do they do that? And they go, and the sort of case of, well, they must have done. And you go, well, no. They always had destroyers with them, or cruisers with them. Occasionally they go, they're doing a solo sailing. Occasionally, very rarely, but even when you find, it's very, very rare, and usually the ones which are doing it are the ones which are fast enough to do it solo and be able to get away from most threats, i.e. the renowns of this world. Not your regular, most of your battleships. Not most of your fleet. Don't want to take an ammunition ship loaded into the Mediterranean or an oiler into the Mediterranean. You're almost guaranteed to be targeted.
Matthew Blarians, should the River class replacement have a hangar? No. Unless it's a drone hangar for small drones.
I wouldn't be surprised. A drone hangar would be quite a good thing. Or what I would like to see them have is maybe a telescopic hangar, so they could store a helicopter if necessary. Can be they've got a flight deck. If you had a telescopic hangar, which is basically a shelter you can erect over helicopters if they come out and stay, so you can cover them and do some basic maintenance on them if you need to. That sort of thing. But basically, you need something for UAVs, but that's about it.
I was just thinking that the extra cost, weight, and deck space of a full-blown hangar.
Well, that's not a full blown. You don't need. Well, that's basically when you're getting into what are the Irish OPVs, the Dead Poet Society, as I like to call them.
Is that like an Irish breakfast?
No, go look up the Irish OPVs. They're all named after famous dead poets. They're good ships. Please don't get me wrong. They're good ships, but I call them the Dead Poet Society because they do literally name their ships for poets.
That's big. That's chunky.
Yes, there are times when CVNs have left things behind in 1640. And the trouble is that's more of a problem these days because you don't have the nuclear-powered escorts. The whole point of having the nuclear-powered escorts was it used to be that you had when a carrier needed to move between sites immediately as fast as it could and go as fast as it could, that thing would be the one which would keep up with it. And they'd bounce between escort groups. But that's the whole problem of saving money, because we're not going to need to do that more, because we're never going to face a peer threat again. And then, oh, frigate. Peer threats raise their head. Oh, frigate. Lions, you've mentioned the Navy was only able to acquire 2 hulls when they were building nuclear lizard class. Do you think that if they had stated their preference for the Nimitz class aircraft carriers as their only option, they might have been able to negotiate for 3 small vessels instead? No. And they were never going to get that. They were 2 hulls, non-nuclear powered. That's the specifications. But they had to be built in Britain. And as I did a whole video about the conceptual lizard class and how they went through, and it's a whole running political discussion. But the thing is, you have to get through a lot of hoops to get it done. And they are capable vessels. They are capable Seleucid vessels. You know, this is the point. They're not perfect, but they're capable, and they fit the British needs and the British requirements.
And to paraphrase a statement attributed to General Patton, a good ship today is better than a perfect ship at some later date.
A perfect ship which only ever sails on paper because you never actually get it because of the politics is the answer. The answer to that question is what would have come about.
RG asks, so silly question, how would history change if HMS Warspite have the powers of the killer car Christine, HMS Warspite the super dreadnought? You presume that HMS Warspite did not already have that set.
Let's put it this way: there'd be a lot more there'd be a lot more disappeared enemy ships, and in a nice way, if she has the power of the Christine, I'd say Bismarck and maybe Yamato and Musashi would have to be looking out, and probably Tirpitz as well, because she'd find her way.
Jonathan Moon over on Twitch is pointing out a typo in his question, meaning he meant to transmit Tissima Trinidad, not Lore Orient.
Oh, Tissima Trinidad was also a terrible abortion of a design. Go and look her up. Basically, they take an existing ship and keep modifying and modifying it. It's an absolute nightmare to sail. The Spanish themselves didn't like her. Yeah, there are all sorts of issues with her. And in answer to Melanie, were nuclear-powered escorts always rather limited number? They were, but they didn't need to be numerous. They only needed about 1 per carrier for that scenario, because that scenario was considered quite a rare scenario. So you only need an escort to make sure it through. So you have 1 nuclear-powered escort in each of the task groups, and if the carrier needs to move, they move. And potentially, what's going to sound strange is the carrier battle group, which is already in the area they're moving to join in with, its nuclear-powered escort leaves that carrier battle group to race to meet up with the carrier coming in. Okay? And please note,
Wayne World.
before anyone gets into the whole phraseology I used in design, it's an engineering term which I picked up on my dad, but I think I probably need to elaborate it before people start getting into the various reproductive rights debates. When something's described as an abortion of a design, it's when you stop it halfway through. When you've had an idea, and instead of building something new, you keep trying adapting, and you put on a new idea on bright new idea on bright new idea on bright new idea, and you never complete any of the ideas properly. So it's considered that it's basically you've stopped everything, you've aborted halfway through everything, and then you've had another bright idea. And so that's what Tissima Trinidad is, because they keep aborting the ideas and then coming up with a new bright idea. And just look up her design history and her construction history, and you'll see why she fits that phraseology.
Wayne's World of Science and Technology. What do you think of the renewal of Close Blockade as active? I don't think anything. I don't know that it's a thing.
I think, look, the only way you're going to do that is with a submarine, and you really don't want to do that. With a submarine, that ties it into an area which makes it far more difficult to it. Basically, Melanie, you'd have the nuclear escort, which was in a task group with the CVN, would be racing alongside it, and the nuclear escort, which is with the carrier, which it's going to reinforce, because that scenario would only be when there's already a battle group waiting there for them. The nuclear escort from that carrier would also race towards them to join up. So you'd end up with, by the time you hopefully got to the critical area, you'd have these 2 nuclear escorts which would be joining up with the carrier battle group, and the rest of the carrier battle group would be coming along behind as quickly. So you're trying to get them to meet and mold in as quickly as possible. So it's a complicated maneuver, but they did it. What sort of force did the Royal Navy have guarding the whaling fleets in World War I and World War II? Usually sloops. Usually sloops. Usually they're sloops and their frigates and sometimes corvettes, trawlers, the small escorts.
Did you answer Colin Cameron's question? Sorry, brain phased out for
Yeah, I did. What?
Matthew Blairens, what are your top 3 favorite maritime mysteries?
Favorite top 3 maritime mysteries.
Probably the exact details of the Royal Australian Navy that got jumped by a German merchant surface raider.
Yeah, that would be an interesting one to look up and to actually find out the proper details of. There's also a fair number of submarines which are lost, which I'd really like to look into. A couple of U-class boats, specifically, and
Wayne's World is clarifying his prior question by the Ukrainian close blockades.
Ukrainians aren't doing close blockade. In fact, the Ukrainians are being very careful not to do a close blockade. That was if you want more of a discussion of that, please see the 2 historians with me and Selma Thiago.
The other 2. I'd like to know exactly what happened with Sodak. Like, put myself in a time machine or, go back and be able to work through the failure on Sodak in an image sense. I think, right, it was South Dakota in Iron Bottom Sound that just had the complete electrical failure, cascade electrical failure. Or am I getting my fast battleships mixed up?
Wayne, they're not blockading because the economic traffic is still going through, so that's not a close blockade. Also, please don't take this the wrong way, but be very careful of some of the more interesting stories coming out of Ukraine, because they don't, and Ukraine from both sides, because there is a healthy dose of propaganda in both sides. And I do want to emphasize this, especially on some of the things which they claim are new and revolutionary. Because it's better for them to claim they're new and revolutionary than for people to go, well, actually that idea and that system's been doing that, and they've been doing that, and those people are doing that. That it's fun. Because it's wartime. So there's always going to be a healthy dose of, this is the best and newest system we've ever that's ever been made. And you go, no, hang on, that's basically that system. Basically the Ukrainians could do a close blockade, could do a full blockade of the Russians and stuff, but they're not doing it for a similar reason the Russians are not doing it completely to them. They are both stretching to do what is a very limited version of blockade. Because, as we talked about, and I'm not going to get into this because, as I said, me and Sal went over this, so you can please go and see what me and Sal discussed about it, is if you do go into, and there's a reason I use the phraseology I do, and then Sal and I could talk away about it, and I went to the side I did, and he went to the side he did, so we discussed it in full, was, if either side goes too far down the economic warfare route, that's going to be when the sides are running out of steam, because Ukraine could shut down the canals, which would basically destroy the Russian economy, and Russia could go all out for certain parts of the Ukrainian ports economy. And the thing is, they're both trying to be surgical with it at the moment, because if they don't, it opens up the can of worms to far, far worse scenarios. It's an interesting little dichotomy going on the side of the war, but it's something, I said, that me and I'm not going to get into in full detail because there's a whole 2-hour plus discussion between me and Sal. Only things where we spend about half an hour going on to that, and that's far better than I will do solo in a couple of minutes.
Dr. Clarke, do you not have two historians organized into a playlist?
There is a playlist.
I'm obviously missing it. I'm just being blind.
2 historians, as in number 2 historians.
Either way is...
Let me find it for you.
Either that or Google search is just... Okay, I'm finding some of the... I've got you and Drac, you and Dr. Captain Armstrong, Professor Armstrong. Wow, Google, your search is doing fantastic. It's great. Oh, and apparently Gamers Nexus is now a honey lawsuit, which is fun.
Hmm?
Go get him. There was a browser extension that was playing fast and loose. People would generally consider to be fair business practice, and somebody figured it out, and it's kind of set internet on fire, and they're getting a huge lawsuit against them.
All right.
OXK, I have last 2 weeks my brain programming it in. They will likely be simply because YouTube's system. YouTube appears to generate 2 links per live. One link is for when the live stream is live, and then it generates another link, which the first link redirects to, for when the live stream turns into a video on demand. The problem is the timestamping system, or timestamping nomenclature, does not carry between the 2 links.
Also,
the questions on the Discord server are timestamped. You just have to do the legwork to, okay, it started this time.
Also, in the nicest way, Wayne, don't take this the wrong way. I don't mind you disagreeing with me in the comments and all these things, but writing something like @Runon, tell Alex that my point is close blockade tuckets are now again possible, that's rude. That's A, involving Runon in the discussion which we were having, which is childish, and B, that's being rude. And that's something I don't tolerate. I have an open discussion. I'm happy to talk these things. If you disagree with me, that's fine. And your point is apparently that wasn't what you expressed in the earlier points. You've changed your argument to my point is it's now possible. That's fine. My point is they aren't doing it. You said they were doing it. I said they weren't. You're now saying your point was that it's possible to do it. Lovely. That's fine. Be an adult and be mature about doing it and about saying that response. Don't do childish things like add Runon, tell Alex. I expect better from you, Wayne, because I've had enough conversations with you over the years. I expect better. And I will hold you to that the standard of your normal standard conversation, because you are usually an excellent commentator and a very interesting person to talk with. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Olex, that's pretty much it. Sorry, my mic got a little too far. It will likely be implemented as a Twitch versus a YouTube timestamp, because YouTube is just not friendly for a variety of things, including anything to do with timestamping.
Yeah, YouTube keeps trying to implement an auto timestamping, which just goes weird. It just goes weird.
Yeah. It's
thank you, Wayne.
It's the different. YouTube is very good at some things. YouTube is horrendous at other things. Twitch is very good at some things. Horrendous at anything that isn't displaying live content.
Wayne, the trouble is a blockade. When we use blockade as a phraseology, we're blocking. We're not just moving naval traffic. We're talking about commercial traffic as well. And to an extent, the Russians are getting to sea, but also the Russians are having trouble getting to sea, not just through the blockade, but also through their own part sustainment and crews, because their crews keep being used for infantry. So there's all such a...
Knight will burn that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
Anyway, Enos Morrison, were there any notable medieval naval apart from...
William de Lebon.
Okay. Glad you got that one.
Usually we're talking about King... we don't really have their names written down that much. There are a few who are interesting, and I'm going to be trying to dig them up. But it's like we currently have fun in that there's one which the Teutonic Knights get involved in Poland, and there are people digging up the sources for me. So it's an interesting one to try and track them down. Because often it's accredited to the king who's there, rather than the person who's acting in charge. And it's kind of funny that Edward I and Edward III especially... and a few of the Edwards basically are very keen to credit that they have naval commanders. Yeah, some people have got the timestamps worked out by various systems. Me, I have to go and enter them in manually, because that's the only thing that works in my channel. Because YouTube seems to have trouble with my voice. And YouTube seems to think that if every time I send it as set it to auto, they think every time I pause between words, because I'm trained as a lecturer, so I'm trained to pause at the end of points so that students understand that I'm moving on to a new point and all these things, etc. That's time to add in an advert and all sorts of things, and it just gets a nightmare. So it's easier for me to add it in manually. But every time I add in timestamps, I've added in manually.
Based on a sample size of 1, he appears to be entering his timestamps, which for a 4-hour-long live stream, at the half-hour live stream, that not only has about 100 to 120 user-submitted questions, not to mention all of the weird and wackadoodle ramblings that the 3/4 of us tend to get up to. It's doable, but I ain't got that kind of spoons.
So, Carl Gaswood, will we see RBU Hedgehog-like system return to the Western warships? It's an interesting thing. Look at the Swedes. They're the ones who are currently working on systems like that. The interesting thing for BAE is, and this is one of the reasons why the 5-inch gun is coming in with the Type 26, etc., is because we've got rounds, anti-submarine warfare rounds, which work for the 5-inch and the 4.5-inch guns. And the thing is, those rounds are specifically being targeted at dealing with the UV problem, because they are cheap, cheerful, you can plop them into water at quite a long range, and you can cause enough trouble that anything that's small going through the water is going to get severely disrupted, if not destroyed. Yeah, I'm not sure why Runon keeps cutting in and out. It's almost like you've got push to talk going on or something.
I don't have push. I can toin. Yeah, I can toin. I can toin noise suppression off.
That would probably be good. Turn noise suppression off, because I think that's what's doing it.
And then I can put my mic like this if that helps things. Right now I'm smelling it. I can literally smell my mic. It's so close to my face, guys.
You
I
don't
hope
need to
this is
do-
better for you.
Oh, good lord! You don't need to do that. Matthew Blarens, during the Cold War, why did the USA not want Canada to get nuclear submarines? There are some very weird people in charge of the USA in the 1980s who are worried that if Canada has nuclear submarines, they'll be too independent. And they'll get
Based on knowing nothing about this exact conversation, but knowing something about the time period in which it took place, I can sum it up in one word: ego. Ego.
Yeah, it is ego of some kind, yes.
RG, what if Shinano had been hidden in some crevice of the harbor and had survived war? And then moved to Tokyo Bay due to some shenanigans before the American fleet turns up to surrender. She becomes a radiologically interesting artificial reef at the bottom of the Pacific near some atoll somewhere.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Which is kind of a shame because it would be nice to have a modern IJN designed battleship hastily converted into a forward aviation support ship sitting around as a museum ship somewhere. But, you know, you can't win them all.
Are there plans for an OPV to supplement and replace the River class Mark IIs? Not yet, but usually that's what the from stuff. But that's what governments turn to in the UK at the moment when they want to keep yards going and they don't have anything else to order from them. Oh, good lord! Raiders Minecraft. I have no idea. But here's the thing: as I have often told my students, as far as I'm concerned, they have heads, hands, and feet. And that's a problem for me, because my view is I'm in a leadership position over them, so all they have is heads, hands, and feet, and that's all I need to know about them. And even if they don't have feet, then they have wheels. And that's all, again, I need to know about them. I don't need to know any more, and I don't think about any more than that of them. So, yeah. That's been my policy for a long time, as that causes me to get into in my view, into less problems. Whereas I've had colleagues who definitely do think about them having more than heads, hands, and feet, and I don't agree with that.
And also, based on my own experience in American college, the one scene in Indiana Jones is very overstated.
Oh, no. My experience, I've taught at a university where the history department, a couple of history departments where there were 80 to 90% female, and my classes were very, very much... Oh, hello. There's a male student over there. Oh my god, it's a unicorn.
I dumped Stafford. I snuck Foxo in there.
By mixing both of my earlier questions got mixed. Please try again. Can you try and figure it out quickly? I'm going to go check on why there's a weird noise coming from the other side of my door.
Okay. I can answer Matthew Blarian's question. During the late Cold War, why did few other nations beside the USA pursue power protection? Because they couldn't afford it. Any nation which you pretty much come into the issue of you're dealing with the expenditures of sustaining the Cold War armies and the tech development there. They were already behind the curve because most of the nations that had the infrastructure got it bombed backwards, forwards, up, left, and down during World War II. And they built armies because armies were notionally cheaper. So it's just literally they didn't have the money, and by the time you get into the 80s and 90s, they didn't have the infrastructure. You did get the places to visit. I will ask what Dr. Clarke will want as tribute when he returns. Foxology question: how does the advent of multiple independent reentry vehicles and miniaturization of nuclear weapons affect navies, and how do you protect a CSG from them in totality? If you're saying make a carrier strike group completely invulnerable to them, there will be no casualties whatsoever from a MERV. You can't guarantee that with 100%. However, the modern solution is Aegis Destroyer, Aegis Destroyer, Aegis Destroyer, Aegis Destroyer.
Yeah.
That is the best, the current best public access information solution to how do I protect a surface group from nuclear warheads. Constant drowsiness, no. Jonathan Moon wants to know what tribute in the form of food stuffs and or beverage stuffs you would like if he is able to meet you on his hypothetical trip to South England.
Depends when it is and where I am, because the nice way if I've got the next phase of building work begun here, I won't be leaving the southwest of England. That's part of the fun I've got going on at the moment. That's structuring everything around building work, because this place's next generation of things is going to be... We've done all the stuff pretty much inside the house. Okay. Next thing is new fuse box, garage, conservatory
so that's
extension.
why you want me to immigrate.
Oh no, that's going to be done by a very nice guy called Richard. Richard and his assistant called Kieran. Although Richard can't understand why you don't have a Kieran. Because he feels you should have an apprentice. He feels a lady of your qualifications capability should automatically have an apprentice. Like you do, because that's pretty much the standard in the UK. Once you're a senior enough electrician of enough standing and capability qualifications, you should have, and you are supposed to have, an apprentice, because it's part of the requirements in the UK, apparently, that people of certain enough grade, if they are practicing, have an apprentice so they're passing on their skills.
Well, I will happily set up an off-site meeting with my management for him to explain that, while I just sit back and go, they got a point, they got a point, they got a point. And then watch the bean counters come in and say, yes, but this will prevent our C-suite from getting another yacht this year if we give them 20-hour week apprentice to help share the load so that they can actually get something done in what they believe to be a reasonable amount of time and grow our workforce and provide free training.
Yeah. It's basically, as far as Richard considers, it's a force enhancement, because it means that you've got both the experienced electrician goes out, and they've already got someone with them to assist them who's training to be an experienced electrician, and basically this way you mentor them through and you have the successors built in. You have the skills being built up.
This is why I need to have a meeting with an acquaintance / friend of mine about what the particular space I am working in looks like as an independent contractor.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's just some stuff where it's like, okay, what are my limitations here? Is it worth it? Is it not worth it?
Yeah.
And it probably isn't worth it just because of the overhead considerations and the fact that I really like working a 40-hour week, and you kind of give that up when you own your own business.
Well, I've had this discussion because there's a couple of electricians who work for the company, which I highly recommend, by the way. Trident, if you're in the southwest of England, you need electrical work or plumbing work done, go to Trident. They're based in Falmouth. They go all over the southwest of England. They go up to Bristol. They go all over places, as well as all the way down. And they're really nice, really good, and they are a really experienced team. But the number of people they've got who work for them who used to have their own shingle and do it themselves, who have basically gone, you know what, I've got all the experience, I've got all the knowledge, I might as well go and work for this company because they're going to look after me, and it means I don't have to deal with all that effort. And what I find fun about doing them is they are basically a full service company now, in that they will come out and they've got a builders team and a kitchen team and etc., and they will do everything, and it's a pretty good setup. But yeah, they've done all the work. They've installed all the Cat 7 cable for me. and everything else I've been doing.
Essentially, the only way I would ever think that it's worth it is pretty much if I could get a guaranteed billet comparable to what I have now, and based on employment contracts and everything else, that's as well as some of the internal domestic politics and policies that we have incoming. I don't think that's going to be a super likely outcome, at least in the next 4 to 6 years.
This is what I have running through my walls now. Cat 7 cable.
Now, that's shielded, right?
It's shielded. If you have a look, and if I get this really close to the camera, you can probably see the shielding, the different cable, other things, to an extent. And yeah, it's actually slightly further away. But yeah,
maybe try and cover your face.
Hmm?
Maybe try and cover your face, because it's still seeing your face as the focal point.
Oh yeah.
Put your hand. Yeah, that works too. Maybe it'll get it. Maybe it won't. Yeah.
There you go. I might split off a cable and show it off to people properly. But basically, each of the cables are in shielded pairs. So it's very, very strong. It's very hard to bend or bash or do other things. But it's also good if you've got weird electrics in your walls. It's going to look after it. It's going to survive itself, and it's far better. And the interesting thing was talking about, they were going, how much is it? Is it more expensive than Cat 5? I went, yes, it is, by a little bit. It was quite interesting watching the electrician's face, because it was the first time they'd installed Cat 7, and they were looking at it and going. And when they looked up at how much it was, they were going, "Oh, this is why are people not getting Cat 7 rather than Cat 5?" And I went, well, Cat 5 is easy and will work. It will do the job. But the thing about Cat 7, especially if you're doing old houses and you have to worry about the electric, you don't have to do all the degaussing. You don't have to check for all the random electrical cables, etc. This stuff will go through and will survive. And if there's water damage, water egress anyway, touch wood, this is also far more happier to survive and not gonna have the issues. So yeah, it's Cat 7 cable.
Melanie, a Kieran in this context is an apprentice, which I would love to have one. And Ready as Minecraft, that is, I think, the current top shelf standard for hardline internet that is not fiber optic.
Yeah, basically
inside a structure.
If you're not getting fiber optic, and let's put it this way, for us installing fiber optic would have just been too expensive and not really necessary for a home scenario. Cat 8 is only really good if you're dealing with servers in very short distances. Less than a meter is usually the length of Cat 8. Cat 7 is basically if you want long distance and you want high frequency and all the high fidelity and protected, you go for this. And it's also, by the way, as another random thing, because of its shielding, it's also ECM hardened. To an extent. Okay?
Alrighty. You want to punch out Temu's and Knight's question because they are beyond my...
Okay. Team Looker, what name from the past are in ships should return as a name for a ship, and twist is the ship class must be the same from the past?
Destroyers, pretty much, is what you're left with.
Well, no, you can bring out capital ship names for destroyers and larger ships these days, and I would really like... myself, I'd like to bring back names I'd like to bring back in terms of, things for the Royal Navy's Princess Royal and those things. So I'd like to bring back a Royal class, and there was a Royal class of Age of Sail ships which had Princess Royal and those things in, so I'd go for that. Well, they didn't have Princess Royal in, but they had the others in, so that you could tag Princess Royal in it, because I think Princess Anne deserves a large ship named after her. And I think it'd be a very useful ship for the Royal Navy, because let's be honest, it'd be a nice way of honouring both her and her mother. Because we've got Queen Elizabeth in service, but Queen Elizabeth, of course, you have to remember his name for Queen Elizabeth I, not Queen Elizabeth II, because that's where the name comes from. And so, yeah, Princess Royal, whilst technically it's always been named for the post, it's usually been named. It's normally considered something to honour the previous member of the most recent member of the post. during the last late Cold War, why did few other nations beside the USA pursue power projection? Lots of nations pursued it, but they pursued it at different levels. You see, there's global power projection, there's regional power projection, and there's all sorts of levels within that power projection. So the thing is, what suits you? What suits your needs? How much do you want to be in control of your fate? Are you prepared to pay to be in control of your fate? Because power projection is about being able to control problems at as close to the source as possible. You couldn't have two levels called Queen Elizabeth as in the Clarke in service. That's not basically you couldn't have a QE1 and QE2 in service at the same time in the Royal Navy because of the potential for people to confuse the names. There are Princess class cruisers. I think there's Princess cruisers. I don't think there's Princess Royal cruisers. Nice hearing. Would an Admiral class... Oh, we've answered that one. Foxology question. How does the advent of MIRV and militarization of nuclear weapons affect navies, and how do you protect a counter strike group from them in totality? Let me put it this way. If the trouble that we've talked about many times is, I said, is there's going to be a whole cattle battle group. There's going to be they're going to have weapons to take them, but also the big problem, and this is something which the Chinese themselves are finding, but also a few other powers are finding who are looking at it. If you start launching ballistic missiles at ships, you need to launch a fair number to be able to saturate enough of the area to be able to probably hit them, because carrier battle groups are spread out over a wide area and they are moving. They're not fixed targets, they're moving. And yes, MIRVs move, but you can't really upgrade their targeting. Once they get into atmosphere, they usually execute maneuvers based upon a pre-planned thing that's been uploaded, because trying to get through the plasma to communicate with an MIRV and give it the information it needs to change its targeting and change its angle as it's coming in is very, very difficult, because it's very hot and it's also moving very quickly, and therefore it's probably going to hit where it's going to hit. And you have to remember, the faster you go, the longer it takes you to turn. So the thing is, MIRVs, you're firing them, you're saturating the area. So your problem when you start firing off ballistic missiles to do that is those ballistic missiles look like ballistic missiles, and you won't. The people who are being hit won't know what's really being targeted until they reach quite a high point in their arc and start moving towards things. So if you start firing off ballistic missiles, let's say as you're China, who's the most known power to have these weapons. And you might be aiming for a carrier battle group. You're relying on the President of the United States believing that those ballistic missiles are being targeted on a carrier battle group rather than being targeted in the United States as a preemptive strike to try and take out weapons, take out their nuclear weapons before as a tool to try and win the conflict. Because if they think that you're targeting them, they'll launch their ballistic missiles, and then you end up with a general nuclear exchange. This is one of the reasons why a lot of nations are very reticent about getting into ballistic missile weapon systems at all, because it's almost become a nice sort of delineation. If you're launching ballistic missiles, it's a strategic nuclear attack. It's that level. If you're not, it's a conventional attack, so therefore it merits a conventional response. And that's the realistic scenario you're dealing with. How do you signal? Do you send a message to the Americans? We're launching a ballistic missiles at your carriers. Don't worry, we're not launching them at you. In the middle of a war, they're going to listen to that. Or are they going to presume that's part of a maskировka? That's part of some sort of method to try and hide what you're doing, and they're going to launch theirs anyway. It's a whole thing. You can do it, and there is a possibility you have a president who goes, well, I don't want to risk starting a nuclear war, so I'm not going to launch my weapons. I'm going to wait and see what they are. But the thing is, the price of being wrong in that scenario is so frigging high. And the pressure on people. Yeah. And then there's the issue of nuclear weapons actually sinking ships because of the amount of energy which is absorbed by the sea. Alex K, you're talking about what's electromagnetic pulse weapons. to use electromagnets to disable it. And yeah, they can disable unhardened systems, but ships and other things tend to be quite hardened and be able to reset. And often one of the things you can do to harden systems is to just put breakers in so that the electrical surges just get blown up and then you reset the breakers. Broadly speaking.
One nice benefit to our current proliferation of microelectronics is that surge protectors have become very good, very commonplace, and quite cheap. So yeah, not as big of a problem as it could be.
And again, EMP, it's one of those things. Is one of the fun things about EMP is it was noted quite early on in the development of nuclear weapons, and has been something that we have been working out about how to deal with for quite a long time. And a lot of systems have already been built that in mind. Now, some nations prepare for that by what I would call security by obsolescence. You have something which is sufficiently old enough, either a mechanical solution or something, so it doesn't matter. The electric EMP is not going to affect it. One of the interesting discussions is when you start talking to modern navies, especially about their navigation training, and the fact that they still train their navigators to be able to navigate by chart and dead reckoning. Why? Because what happens if the satellite systems go down? They need to still be able to navigate.
I once had listened to a story, had a conversation, whatever the best phrasing is, with a senior enough to not actually be attached to any one specific unit, chief petty officer in the U.S. Navy, who, upon arriving at I think it was like an OPV type vessel, asked the on-duty bridge crew, okay, that navigation console's gone out. How navigate? And it was around about that time that they were starting to phase back in actual pen and paper, compass, old school, solid state navigation techniques, because that particular bridge crew just kind of looked at him like, good question.
And in answer to your question, Ready as Minecraft, it's basically ships have a similar advantage as most cars and most vehicles. They are to an extent a Faraday cage anyway. So they are to an extent already a bit of a Faraday cage because they are a large block of metal.
Which is exquisitely grounded in a bath of salt water.
Yeah. So they are to an extent already a bit shielded, and there are efforts done to maximize that shielding, and there are things done to the computers aboard, and there's all sorts of reasons why. It's like one of the questions I often get from people is going, why does this thing cost £400 versus this thing which we buy in for civilian market is a fiver? And you go, well, that's because of the systems built to do it. And, one of the reasons why computers tend to run quite such, armed forces computers tend to run quite such old operating systems, is because those operating systems have been sufficiently debugged and securitized and are sufficiently modified from their original version. Yeah.
OXK, long-range comms will be down as far as anything, especially anything that relies on atmospheric bounce to get over the horizon, but short-range comms usually will still work just fine and dandy.
And
as long as the
anything which doesn't require an atmospheric bounce and which the transmitter can be reset will be fine.
Yeah.
So that includes satellite communications usually.
Yeah, as long as the transceiver's still active, short-range line of sight will be just fine. So, at any rate, we are cracking on towards 5 hours.
Yep. And
I got to get dinner.
You go get dinner, and I'm going to say thank you very much to everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you for your support. Again, any suggestions on the £300? I'll figure it out. I don't know. I get fed up. and I'm sure everyone else does this as well. It's one of those things of one of the reasons why I put more effort and more effort into YouTube and doing history this way and Patreon and these things is because I feel it reserves it because it's generating a lot of things, and happy birthdays is now her birthday to Foxo. But also,
Foxo, yeah.
although I do note that Dragon is celebrating her birthday by playing Star Trek Online, I think, from what just flashed up. So, that's, surely should be wishing her happy birthday or something. We'll leave that to one side. I'll stop being cruel to them in a second. I'll do that, save that till tomorrow. But yeah, they're doing all that sort of all the stuff we're doing, and this YouTube stuff is because, broadly speaking, it's also Patreon and YouTube are slightly more reliable when it comes to if they say the money's going to arrive on that date, it will arrive on that date. It's the really weird thing I've found in my entire career is that the organisations which are supposed to be very reliable tend to be the ones which are really not, and the organisations which are supposed to be these large capitalist organisations which will exploit people, no, if they say they're going to pay you on a certain date, that's when the money arrives. That's when the money arrives.
To be fair to the large capitalist organizations, they depend on you to create content.
Yes, but
by which they get ad views, by which they get paid. So it's in their best interest to pay you, whereas the universities kind of get paid regardless of whether or not you're there.
Yeah.
Via endowments and how tuition seems to be structured many times. And so on and so forth.
It's just fun. It is fun.
I mean, it could be worse. You could be paying them for the privilege.
Don't joke. One of them literally did say, did actually offer for more money than what I spend to actually go directly to the journal, to the database to pay for access, for me to pay them for access to the database. And I'm going, why? And they went, but you'd be accessing through our account, so that would give you that's a prestigious access. And I went, is it going to give me the article any more articles or anything worthwhile for paying double the money? You'd access through our prestigious account. So when you print them out, and if you're using them, you would be able to put us as a guarantor of it. I'm going, there is no advantage to that, and in the way you do referencing, that doesn't come up. I got access to this journal via this very prestigious university, so therefore that makes it even more valid than it was previously. That doesn't compute, and it's certainly not worth me paying twice as much money. Sorry, rant over. This is the problem with streams in January and July. They are when I have these issues come up, and I spend a lot of time annoyed by it. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Take care, and have a nice evening. Thank you, everyone, for chatting away. I hope you enjoyed it. Right. Toodles.